a leader, Matt.
No, it's
pretty good.
I forgot to sign in, so I'm not ready.
Oh,
I'm my computer off. Off. I'm ready. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, everyone. Today is May 13th, 2026. This is a special meeting of the San Miguel County Commissioners. And present in the room, we have Commissioner Gleason, we have myself, and Commissioner Brown is remote today. Also in the room, we have a number of staff, members of the public, and a few folks on the Zoom. Good morning, Owen Perkins. We will open our meeting today with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everyone. We're lucky to be here. Commissioners, it's time to review our agenda and make sure that we are content. Commissioner Brown, do you have any suggested changes?
Agenda looks terrific.
Great, so do you. Commissioner Gleason, how are you feeling about today's agenda?
Let's go.
Let's go, let's do this.
excuse
All
me,
right.
Commissioner Waring,
Yes.
you had spoken to me yesterday about a time constraint at the end of the day and had
Thank
that
you.
idea of swapping
Yes,
item 12 and 13.
correct. I have a 3 o'clock very hard stop, and
Okay.
I would ask the board if we could swap commissioner updates for attorney matters.
Fine with me.
Great, and we'll try to finish, but I just don't want to miss Maura. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mike.
Sure.
With that, we are on to item number 5, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. And I know that Michelle Ray is with us. And Michelle, we've got 3 minutes. I misspoke. That's
Oh, boy.
probably.
Is this on?
That is
Yeah.
on, and
Okay.
it allows Commissioner Brown and everyone else in the Zoom to hear you.
Okay,
So if you right up in it, that'll really
Okay.
help. Yeah.
ready.
Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for all the work all of you do. So I'm concerned about a situation that has been escalating and has extending ramifications on Wrights Mesa. It's not just about me and my quality of life and my property values and my long-term investment, but also it's complicated, but it's tied into land use code, zoning, planning, building, and sadly an HOA, which seems to be imploding. It's kind of going through this coup, I would call it, of takeover of individuals who they're actively advocating lawlessness, chaos. They want to have any bylaws, not enforce any bylaws. Our society is structured on laws necessarily due to human beings. So, it's understandable. You can't manage an association without rules and bylaws. So I feel like there's been a breakdown of the systems in place that are supposed to prevent the very thing that's happening. And it began with the HOA level because certain members of the board, we had a high turnover of lots. We've had a lot of vacant lots for years. We have grazing there, so there's a lot of vacant lots. The whole HOA used to be part of the Herndon Ranch. I'm told they sold off the part that became the subdivision, Miramonte Ranch, to send their kids to college. It got developed. There's 22 lots. It's separated by elevation. 1,000 feet higher on Oak Hill, there are 20 lots, all kind of flat, all next to each other. At the bottom of Oak Hill, with its own entrance, is a lot that I bought 30 years ago, and one other lot that's between me and the county road. So the topography in my situation makes it a little of a gray area because any building, for example, setbacks would not necessarily apply into choosing a location, because what has happened is someone built an illegal structure with no permits, no OWTS, no engineering, and never sought or received a HOA approval letter, which I was told, and everyone I know within an HOA in San Miguel County had to provide an HOA approval letter prior to submitting to the county for a development permit. So I had to do that, and it's involved. It's like soil tests, location, elevations, surveyor, where your OWTS, your water, your home foundation. So I went through that, submitted it. I was approved in 2022. I didn't break ground until 2024. This person strangely showed up about the same time. Well, it was just before I broke ground. It was in the winter of 24.
Plants? Oh, we should give them spray an additional 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, you were a mind reader. Yes,
Okay.
I would.
That's awesome. Thank you so
Sure.
much. I feel like the history is kind of important.
You broke.
So, the HOA has been very sort of benign for years because not a lot was going on there. Some of the original founders were elderly people who put their life and energy into creating these covenants and bylaws, which are mainly focused around protecting a natural, harmonious environment and landscape. It's a very important green belt. There's a ton of wildlife. We're above all the intensive ag land down below on the Lone Cone Road. That's where this is. That's a view lots of people cherish. That was part of what shut down the Solar Ranch. Everybody wants to protect that view of Oak Hill and Lone Cone. That's where this is. The other main emphasis of our covenants and bylaws is really respecting your neighbor's privacy, views, and noise. It's just supposed to be, and it's a single family residential, low density residential HOA, and the county zoning or the Rights Mesa is residential, I believe. So these are 35 to 40 acre lots, which should provide a certain amount of buffering and privacy to rational, respectful people that have enough room to thoughtfully position their home so it doesn't impact other people. They're not 200 acre ranches. You can't just do whatever you want without impacting other people. But, our covenants ask that be considered. And that's partly why you are supposed to present to the board, the HOA, for any structure, even if it's a shed and it's not going to be a permitted residential, you're still supposed to, and that's to prevent this, what is happening. So when I was getting ready to break ground, it was like January, I think, of 2024, and I broke ground in the spring. I became aware of activity. So I'm in this basin on a bench where above me, the land goes up to the rest of the HOA. It's almost like a cliff, a escarpment. And then below me, it drops off to V44 I'm in this little private basin. That was my whole raison d'etre of buying that lot. Privacy, you could see nothing man-made from my lot, and I made sure that my home wouldn't be seen by anybody. It's low, it sits well in the landscape, it's camouflaged. Um, there was heavy equipment up on the rim, cliff edge, like I could see it moving and noise. And because of the acoustics, I hear everything. If a person is talking on their phone in a conversational tone of voice, I can hear it. I inquired to the person who owned the lot. Is that my time up?
Let's do this, Michelle.
Yeah.
I understand that the HOA is not providing the structure that you want or need.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, we, and I think you've heard this from a couple different sources, aren't able to wade into your HOA. That's not our purview. Where we
Right.
do have influence is at the land use code and at the building level. And
Yeah.
the building inspector,
Yeah.
building official Matt is with us. I think you've spoken with him as well as Mike. And anything that we can do, we will do. I think Matt has already got some action with the neighbor that you spoke of, and we move slowly. We're
Yeah.
not nimble as.
I didn't quite get to the,
Yeah.
so there's,
So
there
if you
there was
get-
breakdown on several levels, I felt of how the systems in place are meant to protect what's happening. And it's been on several levels. It's like no one wants to take responsibility or deal with it, and I understand why. And
We can't take responsibility or deal with your HOA. but just-
no, it has transcended the HOA at this point. I just couldn't get there. I'm not used to planning to speak
Get there.
publicly in a time limit, so I
Get there.
apologize.
No, get there.
Yeah.
Get to the ask of the county, because that's
Yeah.
where we can be helped.
Yeah. Well, so I am very sensitive about bombarding people with letters because I know you don't even want to read it, but is that a viable way to follow up with the details of what I was trying to get to?
Just take some time. We've got a couple more minutes. I'm willing to grant you the time to get it out in the open and let us hear.
And I also will say that our job is to hear from our constituents.
Right.
So instead of you banging away on your computer, just tell us.
Okay, so you're gonna let me continue speaking? Okay, so I realize the HOA, it's a non-issue for you to a degree, but what's happening is it has been infiltrated by these bad actors who I haven't even gotten to yet. This person is on the board of managers. I don't know how that happened.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to redirect you.
Okay,
We can't talk about your HOA. 'cause we
Okay.
can't help.
okay, so
You-
regarding the
you-
county. Yeah, so once I realized the HOA wasn't going to take action, I started to pursue the county, and maybe I should have done that more forcefully and quickly. But my feeling was at least they would back it up because ultimately this person is in violation of county. No one in San Miguel County can show up, pay cash for a piece of land, move onto it within a week and start building and living there. So this person built a shed, it's highly visible. It has destroyed my privacy and my view, and proceeded to live there. He's been living in that shed for 2 years with no CO, no permit, and I hear him, anywhere I walk on my property, there's this person. And he blasts loud music at night onto my lot. He actually has a criminal record. There's drugs going
I'm
on.
gonna hold you again. I think what we can do is I can ask you to sit with Matt
Uh-huh.
and.
Matt knows all about it.
Yeah, and knowing
So,
has the process that he can enact in action, it's actually unfolding, it's rolling.
okay, so I know what you're getting at. So I have some conflicting information as I've tried to pursue it through the building department, planning department. So I was told if he was issued a violation, he had so many days to comply. Then he was issued a second violation, and I was told after the second violation, it would go to court. Then I was told, now he's been issued a third violation. I'm like, well, wait a minute, what about the second violation in court?
Yeah.
And they seem to be rescinding the need for the HOA approval letter, which I was told all along that was required of anyone building in an HOA. And now the planning department saying, well, we did that for years, but now we're not going to do it, because that was sort of what was saving me, is if he doesn't get this HOA approval, he has to start over. And I think what he's trying to do is add on to the shed, which is 2 stories tall, you know, and not move the location and not start over and not have to start at ground zero, but just add on to it and somehow work around and make it into a residence when that site was never approved. That's what I'm really afraid of. And honestly, if someone just built a shed with no permit and I didn't see it, I didn't hear it, it didn't impact me, I wouldn't care. But this is really, so what I'm worried about is the quality of what's happening in our HOA. There's a mass exodus. People are selling their lots, they're resigning from the board, and it's impacting,
Can't help the HOA.
yeah.
I can do, and I think I heard the crux, which I think is that the change in planning department requirements is a surprise,
Yeah.
and we need to figure that out. I'd like to ask Maura Boylan, our county attorney, to join you and Matt and have kind of a 3-way heads together understanding of if that is true, why, and what changed. And if it isn't true, then yes, we will get that letter, because that's what has been happening in the past and is supposed to happen.
It's also tied into, and forgive me, but this is all important. It's tied into another individual you might be aware of in the same HOA and a land use code thing. And they're trying to change the entire residential nature.
To dig into the individuals on the HOA.
Well, but
various rights.
it involves the Rights Mesa land use code.
Okay.
They're trying to change the zoning
Do
and
that, Michelle, it's gonna be public, it's not gonna be something that happens in dark.
yeah, I have written in regard to that. So it was a person that applied for a special use permit for a light industrial business in
We will be
there.
having a planning commission meeting regarding non-conforming lots throughout the county, not just Rex Mesa,
Yeah,
on January 11th. I'm sorry, June 11th.
like
June-
January.
That is
Okay.
my-
Property doesn't fall under that. I just wanted to say for the record, we have for next week's meeting planned an executive session to talk with the board about a number of pending code enforcement cases,
This is one,
which may include some of these that have been brought up today.
excellent.
So
Yeah.
we are aware of these issues. We are responding to them as our process allows, and we will be bringing it
Thank
to
you.
the board next week.
Michelle, after this meeting, I'll give you a call and explain a little bit of backstory. But
Okay.
right now, can I assure you that you've been heard?
Yes, thank you.
The
I-
commissioners, as Maura said, are going to be taking up enforcement next week.
Okay.
And we have some logistics that make it very difficult for us. And
I'm
that's
sure.
why we have been slower than you would like.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me, based on both Matt and Maura, who are looking at me carefully and nodding, that they are well apprised of your situation.
Okay.
And that the fact that you brought up this change or potential change in requirements for building regarding the HOA letter is, to me, the really interesting and crux part of this conversation that we'll be digging into.
Yeah, as well as someone has been living in an illegal structure with no CO
Yes,
for 2 years.
yes,
Yeah.
thank
and
you.
All of this is, the building department is well apprised of this and
Okay.
violations have been issued. and
Yeah,
so
I'll give you a
action-
call and explain the backstory.
Thank you for hearing me.
You're
I'm
welcome.
sorry, I'm such an amateur
I
at
think that-
speaking
I
and
think that you
being,
did a really good job of explaining the situation, and I think we have a path forward.
okay.
Yeah, and thank you
Yeah.
for making the trip all the way here
Yeah.
to, you know, be here in person. We
This
appreciate that.
person's not rational, you know, the degree of vitriol that's involved with trying to engage, like I'm not engaging personally, so I'm just letting you know it's
We're going to be-
not rational.
We're going to be
really.
working carefully.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. I really
Appreciate your time.
appreciate you all making me welcome.
thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes.
and I've got your number. I'm gonna double check before you leave, make sure that I've got your email. I will get in touch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, commissioners, we are on to the consent agenda. And there are a number of items on that. Do you have any items you'd care to pull off for further discussion, or can I get a motion, please?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second,
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
As well, motion carries unanimously. Janet Cast is here with us for item number 7, which is a presentation of the Parks and Open Space Commission 2026 work plan. Susie St. Ange is also with us. Good morning, Susie. Morning, Janet. Welcome. Thank you for your patience there.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Waring. As you mentioned, Susie St. Ange is with us today. She is the chair of the County Open Space Commission. And each year we like to meet with county commissioners and present our work plan for the year. So I provided in your packet a cover memo, which sort of provides an overview of top projects that some that are continuing from 2025 forward, and then some new initiatives and projects planned for 2026. So just to go through some of this, and some of these projects have already previously been discussed with the county commissioners, but just to highlight some of them, I mentioned Galloping Goose Park. This is a new initiative, and I had met with the county commissioners previously where I shared our conceptual plans and our renderings. That RFP is currently out for bid, and that actually closes next week. So we're looking to do sort of like a facelift on the park itself. And I had also mentioned when I met with the county commissioners, the local artist, Kirk Drogswald, who is involved. So we're trying to meet the deadline of the state, which has to do with Kirk's installation of his sculpture. So we're sort of fast tracking this project, but I do have a couple of contractors interested in the project who say they can meet our deadline. So that is moving forward. We also have our East End Connector Trail. This is a new trail that would bridge the gap between the county's Idorado Legacy Trail and the county's Bridal Veil Trail. And I've also discussed with you before too. This is a collaborative project with Idorado Newmont, and that has helped us actually fast track this project as well, because we are going to split the cost of this new trail with Idorado Newmont 50-50. And what we found is that when Road and Bridge paved the road out there, obviously motorists are traveling at a higher rate of speed. So we're just looking at this from a safety standpoint as providing safe passage for our hikers and pedestrians to get from the Idorado Legacy Trail to the Bridal Veil Trail. So we're looking at, and as I mentioned here, this is sort of like a potential 2-phased approach. And this involves both sides of the roadway, the north side and the south side. What we'd like to do ultimately is to just focus on the south side. But this year, just to, again, speed this up a little bit and get it done and implemented and actually get through construction, we're going to sort of stay with what currently exists out there as far as this smaller trail that exists on the north side. So we're actually going to have a couple of crosswalks involved, but ultimately phase 2 would keep everybody on the south side, but that might be a project for next year. But the good news is Idorado Newmont is totally committed to this project. Mike Bordoni and I have met with them a few times, and it's just nice to have this collaborative effort moving forward.
I'll just add to that, the
Oh,
Legacy
of course.
Trail seems to be a well-traveled trail. I think it's kind of sad that a lot of the tourists do walk out to Bridal Veil from town. It's great for the people that need to do that. And so to continue this trail and have them have a safe way to continue on instead of being on the highway makes a lot of sense.
Can
A
I
lot of
just,
people, a lot of
uh,
people out there.
Go ahead.
can you just clarify what exactly will be completed this year and what will be left to complete?
Sure, Commissioner Brown. So right now, our next step is to have the proposed trail alignment surveyed. And right now I've got our consultant preparing the engineering and design drawings, which will be the bid ready documents. Then I'll issue the RFP. And what that will involve for this year, phase 1, is that when you come off the Idorado Legacy Trail, there's a small parking area there on the north side, just west of the Pandora Mill. And Idorado Newmont actually built a small trail themselves on that north side. It's very rugged and it's sort of on the hillside, and there's a fence there. So what we're gonna have, our plan right now for phase 1 is for people to come off of the Idorado Legacy Trail. We'll have a crosswalk. They'll cross over to the north side of the road. And we'll clean up the rugged trail that Idorado Newmont built. They will take that over sort of like to the parking area of the Pandora Mill, and then we'll have them cross back to the south side. And there's a huge boulder in the road right there that exists opposite. It's actually in the turn of the road opposite the Idorado Newmont office, that little house. So we're going to blast away most of that rock, and then we're going to continue on. This is all within the county right of way on the road itself. And we're going to then keep our pedestrian hikers on the south side for the rest of the route out to the Bridal Veil Trail. So the trail itself will run along the south side. Right now there is some fencing in place as far as where the tailings ponds are. And we're going to keep people up on the roadway, and they will just traverse on that south side all the way out. So the only thing that would change for phase 2, and that would be something potentially for next year, is that when you come off the Idorado Legacy Trail, instead of crossing over to the north side to the rugged sort of Idorado Newmont Trail, we would keep them on the south side there. But what we need to do, though, there's a lot of engineering and design involved with shoring up that south side portion of the road right there. And that's added expense, and again, includes more engineering and design. And we're just looking to provide as much community benefit as soon as possible for safety reasons. So we figured we'll go with this 2-phased approach and look to construct phase 1 this year. But yeah, I'm looking to issue the RFP as soon as possible, as soon as the bid ready documents are available and ready to go.
So
just to
will the
clarify-
rock, will the rock be blasted this year? That part will
Yes.
be done, and the,
Yes.
okay. So you'll have a complete trail. It's just that we need to cross over on the north side
Yes.
for that tricky part. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes. Susie, did you? have something?
No, I was just going to clarify the time, the distance it went.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then, if county commissioners have any questions with anything in the memo, of course, just ask. I mean, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but just again, going through some of this stuff. We did have a request from the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, and this was interesting because we had the representative present his Black Swift study, which is an interesting report, which I can share with county commissioners. And anyway, it's something that they do to track the Black Swift species, and just their nesting, migration habits. And God, just remembering some of the details, I think like 6 months out of the year, they're literally in flight between here and South America. But they nest near waterfalls, and we do have a bunch of birds nesting out at Bridal Veil. So we had been contacted by them, and we wanted to have this study conducted, and then they'll be looking for funding in the future, just to continue on with their studies with tracking the species locally and regionally here. So I had mentioned our community support funding that might be available to them depending on how far they wanted to take their studies. So we might be hearing from them again in the future.
And I will add to that, just as a point of interest, that the Bridal Veil area is under conservation easement and is open space. And in some of our follow-up, looking at the kind of reviewing that conservation easement in the last couple of years, then we noted the Black Swift study that was done 15 years ago. And requested a follow-up on this, on the Black Swift. And it's kind of about staying the same, the number of Black Swift then as to now. So holding its own a little bit. Very interesting species.
Endangered?
Pardon me?
Are they endangered or unusual?
I'm not sure how they're actually listed,
Okay.
but they're studied. And there are very few areas, and our area is one of them, and further on in Colorado. But yeah, interesting little bird.
And then I just want to mention Mill Creek Park, as the county commissioners know, and as you've probably seen, we had phase 1 underway, which had included the soil prep of the site, regrading, soil prep and revegetation efforts. So we are going to be, I'm going to be meeting with the contractor this Thursday. This has been going on for the past couple of months, and they are going to be wrapping up next week. So I'll be meeting with them on the site this Thursday just to wrap up that project. And that was phase 1. Phase 2 would be the rest of the project itself, which I was looking to release an RFP for that shortly. But I've been meeting with Mike Bordonia, and we've run into we've sort of like paused this project just for a little bit, because even though, you know, in meeting with the town council and having the tap fee waiver, or having the tap fee for water service to the park waived, there is still, I mean, we're talking 6 figures just to trench to get water service to that park site. And I had an estimate provided to me the other day, and I've been discussing it with Mike, and we've kind of paused the project for a little bit just to take a step back and kind of just reassess where we're at. And, you know, and early on we had discussed other water service options, be it tanks on site, et cetera. So we're just pausing the project for a little bit right now, and having those conversations.
And the revegetation portion of phase 1, is that just overseeding?
Well, we have a county approved seed mix,
Okay.
so they will apply that next week.
Great.
And then, as the county commissioners know, we are continuing with the PEZ program, the Terra Firm and the Chavano Conservation District. We had met with county commissioners earlier on in this year, just talking about the continuation of the program and some new initiatives that they're planning, with a paired monitoring plot program, you know, these test strips on 5 acres, and then looking at the efficacy of the fungal dominant liquid compost extract, and on various Deep Creek Mesa, Wilson Mesa, and Wrights Mesa. And then there is going to be a demo for the fungal dominant compost extract scheduled for, I know it's a mouthful, and scheduled for tomorrow, which Commissioner Gleason, I know I had sent that to you. I don't know if the county commissioners are interested. That's going to take place up in El Tesoro. But Chris Hazen from the Terra Firm is going to be heading up that demonstration with members of the Chavano Conservation District.
What time and where and also?
I will share those details with you. I know I have a memo. that-
And you issued a letter of support for the grant application for that
Yes.
program last week, and I know Commissioner Brown has her hand up as well.
Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
Sorry, I was still on the Mill Creek Park. Is there going to be any water provided to that seed mix that you're applying so that it will grow? I understand we don't have a water system out there, but is it possible to water that?
Yeah, for now, we're just gonna go at that with basic watering the best we can, you know, as on-site, you know, with our staff. And we're just gonna see how well we can handle that. So,
Where will
Our
the water
plan-
come from for the staff to water it?
well, we're gonna we have actually this small tank that we can use that's on a trailer, a water tank that we can bring to the site and then just run a hose from that. So we're gonna be utilizing, you know, we're gonna be as efficient as possible. And also, you know, mindful of the fact that the seeds have been spread out, and obviously we want them to take root and mature.
So you'll have a mobile water tank that you'll use
Yes.
to water. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Waring, just to answer your question. So yes, the fungal dominant compost extract demonstration tomorrow is from 10 to 11, and that's up on Last Dollar Road. And I can share those emails with you. I know Chris Hazen sent these out, and I'm not always quite sure who's on his distribution list, but I can share those details with you.
Thank you.
And then when it comes to Bridal Veil Trail, this is our most heavily used trail in the region. No joke, our trail counters will pick up 70,000 hikers, users a season. And even if you look at people going up and back, even half of that number is pretty impressive. But so we had hired a contractor to erect a steel deck and a platform deck and some steps at the base of the waterfalls, and that connects the lower Bridal Veil Trail with the upper Bridal Veil Trail. That was completed last fall. And we also have, if you've been on the deck, you'll see that there's an outline of a panel in steel. So the county's historical commission is preparing historic interpretive signage for that panel, and that will be installed later this summer.
I'll add to this. I think this is very exciting. If you'll remember back last year when we reported the work plan, I think I shared at that time how I was kind of against this idea at first and then warmed up to it. And I was able to hike up there last fall and see it. And I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. It's pretty phenomenal. You won't be able to go there in May, and I'm not even sure about June. We'll have to just see this year, but it's pretty phenomenal. And I don't think it's going to bring more people because the platform is there, but I think it does an honor to this iconic falls. And, you know, and it's just, and then the upper trail will start to be more traveled too, if you haven't been on that. So I just wanted to celebrate that. This has been in the planning for a while, and the fact that it did get done after a delay with weather, we're celebrating.
Yeah.
So get up there, and
Yeah.
we should probably put out something this spring about people getting up there, or just to announce it, maybe even a picture of it or something.
I think that's a great
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Quite impressive.
Right.
And it does introduce an element of safety too.
Right.
You know, just, you know, you always see people out there climbing on the rocks.
Right. And I would just like to slip in here if,
It's two trail pieces. It
yeah,
really
the upper,
creates continuity, and it's hard to imagine bringing more visitors onto that trail because it is so busy, but it's gonna actually make for less congestion with the continuity between the trails.
right. Yeah, worth celebrating. I'd like to just slip in here at this moment because it comes up about putting things in the paper out there. As education is one of our areas to be working on and thinking of, and informing the public that when I read a lot of things in the paper that says the county or the Board of County Commissioners did this or that, I would just request that when it's something that we've been working on, something that comes from our budget, that it's open space is mentioned. And if it's parks, then parks is mentioned, then it doesn't just say the county did this or that. Because I think it's important that people know where their tax monies are going and why. Is it?
Credit is due.
Yeah, yeah,
And I think it could inspire people maybe to apply to be on the open space.
Yeah,
commission.
yeah.
There are 2 vacancies right now, and yeah, more awareness is a really good thing.
yeah. Thank you.
And then we have our pheromone pack program. This is something we've been doing for the past few years. And this has been growing each year. We've got community groups and volunteers involved each year. This year, we bought the most packs we've ever had, 620, and they were all committed and before they even arrived. So we've had a healthy, and due to our PR and just articles in the newspaper, press release, thank you, Megan. You know, the program is still growing, and we've had a lot of interest this year, and we actually have a waiting list for next year. So we're going to look to purchase more pheromone packs at that time. Right now, we purchased the P-packs, which specifically identify and the Douglas fir species of trees. There are many P-packs out there for different species of trees and different bark beetles as far as what you're targeting. And but it actually helps with repetitive action. So we've stuck with the Douglas fir trees because the fact that we go back to those areas, and Tom Chesson, I need to give him credit because he's been managing this program for us. One thing I've talked to him about is actually mapping the areas that we're targeting and where we're deploying the PPACs so that in future years, we can refer to those maps. And, as we get new groups involved and engage with the community more so, we can keep that repetitive nature involved as far as the deployment, because that's the most effective method is that constant repetitive nature of just deploying those PPACs in the same areas year to year.
And originally, when we chose Douglas fir, it was because with Jason Seibold's reporting of forest health, that was found to be the species that may have the most luck in being resilient. And also just to note, this was a crossover project from way back with the Forest Service and with the town of Telluride. And I just think it was a great collaborative beginning. And I love the way Janet has tied it into Earth Day and some with the school and different communities. It's really taken off with people's engagement. Thanks to Janet.
Great. I have one quick question. If there's been discussion around implementing pheromone packets that are aimed at the as I understand, newer emergence of bark beetle that's targeting ponderosas. And has that been discussed or?
We've talked about, this year we stuck with the Douglas firs, and as Susie mentioned, that was something that came about with Jason Seibold as a recommendation from him. Tom and I have talked about that as far as expanding the program next year to include other species of trees, and we certainly can. And that'll come up during our budget discussions as well, because for instance, like the PPACs that we currently purchase, those can be $3.95 to $4.95 each. And for some of the other species of trees, they can go as high as $8.95 each. So we also work with some of the local arborists, because there are a couple of local arborists that also sell PPACs to their clients and also sell them on their websites. So when we extinguish our entire allotment, we then pivot these interested parties and groups to some of the arborists, and we also provide them with the website of where we order them as well. But again, we're trying to engage everybody within the county program, but we do have our limitations, but we are looking at other species to include and incorporate, for years going forward. But we just need to look at, the costs that are inherently involved with that.
Fair, thanks.
And then one other aspect of the Open Space Commission, and this is probably the most important element to me, or the one I'm most proud of, is just the Land Heritage Program. This is where, we utilize dollars to for land conservation easements. And last year we had our first land conservation easement out in Disappointment Valley. I worked with the Colorado West Land Trust on the Eagle Bluff Ranch, and it was almost 6,000 acres, and this is an active working ranch. Julie Kolb, our vegetation control manager, and I have been out there, and she's actually been working with them just to educate them about noxious weed management control within the ranch itself. I do have a couple of potential land conservation easements coming down the pike this year. So that's just something that, again, it's up to the land trust and up to landowners to approach the county. But this is something that, I always am proud of when, we can come together and actually secure these lands in perpetuity and make these conservation easements actually happen. So
just a note on that. So the funding is to support, and your time and energy is to help make it happen. And then the funding is for the cost, the transition costs. We're not buying anything. We're helping covering the transaction.
yeah, typically it's transaction costs, could be mineral-based reports, closing costs, it depends on where the need exists.
Just for the record.
Yeah, and the conservation easements are held by the trust themselves. So yes, the county is just a partner within the financial component there.
I have a
Um,
question. Is that deal done? Is it complete or is it still in process?
Oh, yeah, no. That was completed in 2025. That's when I met with the county commissioners and
That's
Nick
great.
of Colorado West Land Trust when we were out at the meeting in Agnew. So yes, that closed a few months ago.
Awesome.
And then we look at the OA Gregor parcel. That is the 160-acre parcel that the county owns and up in Norwood. And this is something that, you know, we've been we have Zedic structures on the site, you know, for Gunnison sage grouse, because we've identified Gunnison sage grouse up there. And, you know, what we're looking to do, and Susie and I presented this to the county commissioners once before, we prepared this use management plan and agreement. And we've had some educational groups go up there, mostly through CSU. You know, we have mentioned it to the schools and certain science classes, because what we've proposed is the educational component that exists with that site up there, the rare plant species that exist, and allowing overnight camping, again, on a limited basis, just to these educational groups. And there is a grant that we're going to be pursuing this fall, which would help us actually prepare an educational curriculum for the site itself. So we're pursuing some grant funding that will help us actually prepare this curriculum. And we have some dedicated members of the Open Space Commission who have committed to helping that see that through to fruition. So that's something that is on our horizon. And then with the Down Valley Connector Trail, this is, you know, something that I've discussed with the county commissioners a few times. As you know, it's a 3.4 mile stretch of road, stretch of proposed trail on 145 that would exist between the county's Down Valley Park and the Sawpit Mercantile. And that had been broken into 5 segments. I had held community meetings. One thing I had discussed with Mike Bordonia recently is, you know, a 3.4 mile trail, all within CDOT right of way, depending on the width of the trail, the topographical challenges, surface, you know, this could be pretty expensive. So the one thing that I was proposing is that to seek grant money for the 2 bridges that we would require. One would exist just east of the Sawpit Mercantile, cross you over to the old utility road on BLM land, take you down, and then another bridge that would bring you back to the M59 trail. And then this would provide that connector to Telluride and the Sawpit community. And I think that would provide the most immediate community benefit for this proposed trail at a lesser cost. Granted, bridges aren't cheap either, but you know, this is something though that I think we could accomplish a lot sooner. And I've been chatting with Ryan Rigetti, our road and bridge superintendent, just about, you know, any bridges that are out there that might be used, that Susie and I have been talking about as well, you know, to repurpose something because bridges can be very expensive as well. But I think that would be helpful to the community. And I've been chatting with Mike Kimball, the mayor of Sawpit, just about as far as, because where the one bridge abutment would go would be on town of Sawpit land. So it's something we're pursuing and something that looks like we could make it happen.
And just to note, I've put it on the Sawpit, next Sawpit town meeting agenda to discuss. We do have some park funds.
That's that crossover.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's another crossover, right? And just the idea of it not being a shiny, huge project, that it would still be huge in relative terms, but that to look for used bridges, because again, they're just pedestrian bridges, maybe a little utility vehicle, but not, you know, we're not talking huge, massive bridges.
Yep.
And to, you know, kind of look for more local help and some volunteer help and keep it low as possible, budget-wise.
And next, just giving the county commissioners an update, the perimeter trail. This is part of an initial proposal that the Mountain Club submitted to the U.S. Forest Service, which had been going through the NEPA process. And the Mountain Club's proposal initially included 7 trails There are two trails with which the county would be involved, the Perimeter Trail and the Ilium Flume Trail. Again, this has been going back and forth through the NEPA process, and right now it is in the final phases. So we're anticipating a final ruling mid this year. So I was told either this month or next month. And then we'll see where that leads. The Mountain Club right now, their commitment would be to do, they would look to break ground on one of the other trails within their proposal, but the Perimeter Trail is still very much out there, and we are looking to hopefully break ground on that soon or down the road, but we'll have to see how the process breaks out and how that's finalized.
Also in the works for many, many, many years in different iterations, starting with hikers back 25, 30 years ago. I think from what we can see, it looks good for being in compliance with the NEPA regs.
Yep. And then the San Juan Skyway Scenic Historic Byway Committee, Angela Dye, who is on the County Open Space Commission. I know she spoke with you, Commissioner Brown, and Commissioner Brown had spoken to the other, well, you Commissioners Gleason and Waring at a previous meeting, just providing some updates. And Susie, I don't know if you want to delve into this issue as far as the goals and objectives here.
Well, this is an area that we added to our work plan, what, 4 years ago? Just with the scenic corridors, and we weighed in on, for instance, where the CDOT chain up station was going to be. I mean, originally they were at one point talking about putting it out at the Turkey Creek view out there west. So, you know, we weighed in on that. And that's kind of where this began, was just the scenic corridors. And because of Angela's commitment, she's gotten involved because of so many, we have 5 designations on 145, 5 designations, and we have a lot of tourists. And so this kind of grown in scope here because of Angela's dedication and commitment. She redid with a few other people some of the entire management plan for this, which had been neglected for many years. Many people on the regional committee have moved or retired or died, or so it keeps kind of hitting dead water, and she's helped revive it. Consequently, we have grown here, and I just, you know, in the future would like to see kind of more collaborative work between CDOT and the county and our goals here in giving more attention to our 145 highway, especially down valley, that was neglected so long. And mostly our focus is on signage and working with Historical Commission on interpretive signage that are all pretty outdated. We're not really involved with maintenance, but it would be nice to, you know, continue supporting the need for more maintenance on our 145. So yeah, I think there's a lot of good work done here, mostly by Angela, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think Angela, I mean, kudos to her, because I think, as Susie has mentioned, she's held this group together because there have been various leaders along the way. The state was involved, various groups are involved, and they've just fallen by the wayside. And Angela has been the one mainstay that has really kept it together and stepped up. And I don't know if she's a chair, she's at least a co-chair. of
She's a
this group
co-chair,
now. And really steering this forward. And John Wobtrowski of the Historical Commission also serves, he's a member as well. So between the two of them, I mean, they've driven the scenic byway and they've created their own inventory of signage and what needs to be improved and what needs to, and it's a huge undertaking. You know, just thinking about, you know, how many signs are out there and what needs to be replaced and updated, et cetera. So I give them a lot of credit.
So the next step on that would be to actually go out to some of the different segments and actually do the inventory that Angela created. And we've got some volunteers to do that, and she's trying to whip up some interest in doing that. But yeah.
Great. That's wonderful, and I wanted to bring it to your attention that I've been attending the Pavlosh Scenic Byway
Mm.
meetings, which also run through that scenic byway starts in San Miguel County down at the intersection of 145 and 62. Travels through San Miguel County up onto Wrights Mesa and then clear to through Gateway and
Yeah.
intersects at Whitewater. And that committee is working on revitalizing all the interpretive signage, and there isn't any interpretive signage for that scenic byway in San Miguel County. That's something that we've unearthed. So I brought this up to the historic
Right.
commission about perhaps I'm engaging on providing some information for interpretive signage down in San Miguel Canyon and perhaps up at the top of Norwood Hill. It could also be another natural spot. So
Right.
I've been working with them on that to
Great.
try
Is-
to incorporate.
Is there a nexus with the, what's this organization? SJSSBC board for,
No,
with your thing? Cause
There
that,
really hasn't been
Yeah.
any coordination, and I think that's next step. And so
yeah,
perhaps I'm the person to kind of bring those two groups together and coordinate.
great,
Well,
yeah.
let us know because, yeah, between Angela and John,
Yeah.
and also Ted and I
Yeah.
have had conversations with the historical commission since we presented the work plan to the county commissioners. Just about your comments with the Unaweep Tabawatch, that whole byway and just, having historic interpretive signage and just acknowledging certain aspects of the roadway along the way, so.
I just think we're really at a ripe time for people's ears are perking up, when we did the grant for the Down Valley Connector Trail and talking with CDOT, and it was like, hey, pay attention to us because we've been neglected, and they admitted that and they knew that. And that was more for maintenance. But just with the different entities, maybe we could put together a committee that's, beyond open space or beyond what you're doing, or to bring the county in more and et cetera. And for the different entities to know that there's stuff out there being worked on. Yeah,
And
Yeah.
great for our visitors to, understand all of the natural history, the geology, and the human history.
yeah,
It's a real, it's for residents and visitors alike. It's a resource that I think we really tapped into more.
yeah.
Yeah, and the whole educational component.
Yeah.
And one thing I just wanted to mention to the county commissioners too, when it comes to the Down Valley Connector Trail, that was a CDOT Multimodal Option Fund grant. And, and one thing that I had discussed with the county commissioners as far as the Down Valley Connector Trail project was that, initially the next phase was to have engineering and design done for segments 1 and 5. And what I found with a lot of grants, grant opportunities these days, be it GOCO, CDOT, et cetera, most of them want shovel-ready projects. They don't want engineering and design. They're not going to fund it, which is when I then segued into the thought of the bridges, and as far as the immediate community benefit, and what we could do to secure grant dollars, just to have that project still move forward and not get hung up in, the other elements of what might not be funded. And yeah, and one thing I should obviously highlight is that the Open Space Commission, we've got dedicated volunteers on the Open Space Commission. Right now, we have Susie St. Ange as the chair, Angela Dye, Laura Kudos, Sepher Maples, and Joanna Kanow. We also have 2 vacancies, but these are people who are very dedicated to what they do. A lot of these are passion projects for them. And again, they're volunteers, and I appreciate all the time and the dedication that they give to the county and they give to the commission and that they give to our projects. Because without them, a lot of these would not move forward.
Thank you, Susie.
Thank you. Yeah,
And if you could relay our thanks to the board members.
Okay,
when you
will
meet
do.
Again, I walked by this room a couple days ago and you guys were in a meeting and I could feel the brain power and I could sense.
it feels good. Yeah, it's a great commission to be on.
Janet, thank you for that report. Really
thank you.
appreciate all the hard work that you do. And thank you for the update.
And just as a side note, black swifts are endangered in Canada and on the threatened species list for the US.
Threatened.
So glad we've got a healthy population.
Yeah.
Ish.
Ish.
Ish,
Yeah.
ish. I think it's 8.
Oh,
It's like, guys,
We'll take it. All right, we have some visitors ready to take your
Are you
seats.
doing historic today? Just
no, we did that.
Appreciate you both. Have a great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for all that.
Visitors, they're guests and friends. Welcome, gang.
Job.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion with the Telluride Association of Realtors concerning creative options to fund community housing in the unincorporated county. And we have representatives from TAR. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you making time.
Yes,
I've been looking forward to this. I know that we've got 3 microphones. If you all want to speak, you're welcome to pull up another chair and just share a mic. The microphones allow everyone on the Zoom to hear us. So it's really handy to kind of lean in, and then Commissioner Brown can hear.
So I actually found a letter that I had drafted at the beginning of February and then some ideas and bullet points.
Great.
So I went ahead and worked on that this morning. Would you each like a copy?
Yes, please.
Okay.
While we're handing this
Down below.
out, I wanted to frame our conversation a little bit before we started, because we don't have a vote coming up. We've got a discussion, and we're going to exchange ideas and hear everybody's most creative and best plans. The first question that I wanted to pose to all of us is need. Do we agree that we need to have more affordable housing, or do we think that we've got enough? Because if we've got enough, then we don't have to talk. But I'm hoping that you'll agree with me that we do need to build more, and that over time, the only entities that have been able to successfully do so with any real volume are public entities, whether it's the towns or the county. Is that heads nodding and we're in agreement there?
We're on the same
Okay.
page.
With that foundation, we can proceed. The next thing I'd like to do is to ask either Mike or Jared to give us all a briefing on the current funding sources that the county has, the current forecast for where our balances are and where they may end up in the future, and then maybe quickly contrast those numbers with the towns, because I think it's an interesting observation that our numbers are smaller, and these guys will be able to give us a little more precise numbers. Mike or Jared, would either of you care to give us that
So
update?
we have some main sources of funding previously, housing free market impact mitigation fees was the county's main source of funding for affordable housing. I don't think it's any secret that because our mitigation fees hadn't been updated for a significant period of time leading up to, I believe it was 2022. We had accumulated approximately $1 million in that fund over the previous 10 years. We refunded a significant portion of those to Aldisaro homeowners for misunderstandings of those deed restricted ADU buyouts. And Jared can get us to where we are with that fund. But going back 2 years ago, we asked voters to authorize reallocation of 0.5 mils from the Parks and Open Space dedicated funding that was 1.5 mils. And that 0.5 mils is dedicated for the development of additional deed restricted or affordable housing. And Jared can also share what our anticipated amount is for that right now. Thus far, we've only used funding out of that for oh my gosh, I just went blank. Planning. Well, for planning, but also for the down payment assistance program that we've supported from the Telluride Foundation to the tune of $200,000 thus far. And we know that next week we'll be hearing an additional ask for down payment assistance funds. But whereas I know some of our town partners have RETA or real estate transfer assessments, the county only has those in certain subdivisions that were negotiated when those PUDs were created. And the bulk of the RETA funds that the county does receive goes to SMART. And Jared, I'm throwing you a hot potato, but I do see you have our long-term projections in front of you.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going to look is based on our current unaudited numbers, right? We currently have approximately 5 million in the bank. Some of those are restricted, but and our revenue streams currently are from that property tax that was mentioned, the $500,000 that was provided or kind of reprogrammed by authorization of the voters a couple of years ago. That brings in $600,000 a year. And then we've got some other miscellaneous fees that don't total much. We have department fees, and those are specific to actually what we receive for SMRHA in a lot of ways. So we actually fund SMRHA and their operation, or the county's portion of that operation, out of this fund as well. We do have our impact fees, which we know all about, the employee housing mitigation fee. While we had a banner year in 2025, bringing in $1.8 million, we don't expect that. That was not our trend. We're expecting that to be a little bit more like we had seen in previous years, at about $350,000 to $400,000 a year. And so that is really, those are our funding sources today. And we're always looking, because as we talked about 2 weeks ago when we were discussing these funding projections, if we as a county engage in one of our big projects, we take that fund balance down pretty quickly. And you recall my drawing, raised the roof and then went into a negative position.
Yes. $5 million does not create too much housing these days. We can all sadly agree to that too. Thank you both. That helps, I think, us all understand what we have in our bank right now and where we get it and what we hope to continue accumulating. The next part of the conversation, I'd like to turn to Commissioner Brown, who has been following an effort at the state level which failed for a vacancy tax for statewide.
I apologize, Commissioner, you asked for a comparison with us and the towns, and I'm just looking at the town of Telluride website, and their revenues in 2023 were 10.7 million. In 24, they were 9.3 million, and in 25, they were 6.23 million.
And those were housing specific.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Brown? I know
Yes,
you've
hi.
Hi, I know you've been paying close attention to that failed effort at the state level regarding a vacancy tax. I know that Commissioner Gleason and I have also been following those conversations. Would you like to summarize what some of the talking points were for the advocates and also
Sure.
perhaps for the detractors?
I'd be
Knowing
happy
that
to.
it never happened, I think that's a great place to just begin with why people thought it was a good idea and why others didn't.
That I'm prepared to do that. Thank you. I just wondering who's there from TAR. I think I see
Oh.
Kiki. Who else is there?
Kip Smith.
Oh, Kip, hi.
Hi. And Anna Wilson.
And Anna Bowling.
All right, thank you all. so
Dale.
much.
Robin Pale.
Robin's in the background, but she'll jump up if she needs to speak.
Okay, awesome. Thank you all for being here. I'm so grateful that you're willing to engage in this conversation because I know that we can learn from you. And I know, as Lance said, we all agree we need to figure out this housing problem. And for us, the primary issue is the cost of building and the cost of constructing. I just wanted to provide a tiny bit more sort of further background, which is on the county budget overall. And I'll just be quick. We could spend all day talking about it. But, you know, Mike and Jared helped us understand what's kind of in our housing fund. But what is a bigger picture concern for me is, and probably for most of the people in this room, is the increase we've seen in our property taxes and the burden that that is placing on particularly our local residents. Colorado still has a relatively affordable tax burden in terms of property taxes, income tax, sales tax, all that kind of thing. But we are all seeing our property taxes go up. And we hear from constituents almost, weekly about their concerns about being able to pay these bills. And I want everyone to know that we are really thoughtful about increasing property taxes at the county. But unfortunately, over the past few years, we've been hit with a compensation study that suggested we were underpaying our employees, so we needed to bump that up to be competitive and to help them afford to live here. Our health insurance, as you can imagine, is going through the roof. I think in 2026 it went up 17%. We're seeing increasing demands for county services, so we've had to increase some staff in some areas. Particularly in the road and bridge department, we've had to up that allocation. Planning and building departments, we hired another person last year, I guess, to try to get the permits moving through quickly. At the same time, we're seeing cuts in state and federal funding. We're very concerned about childcare, which is one of our responsibilities. So we asked voters to lift the cap on childcare funding. So there's a lot going on here in terms of tax burdens on our residents, particularly our local residents, that concerns us greatly. And so when I've been hearing, and by the way, we're only 20% of the property taxes the county is collected in the county. There are 24 taxing districts in the county. And as you know, our voters have been very generous in increasing mill levies for the hospital, the fire district, and Telluride School District, SMART. So we're just seeing taxes go up and up. And I think all of us concerned about the burden we're placing, particularly on local residents. And so when I learned about a couple years ago, really, proposals for a vacancy tax that would be levied at a higher rate, a property tax that could be levied at a higher rate on second homeowners or part-time residents, people who are not full-time in the community, I was very interested in that. And it's been at least 2, if not 3 times that this proposal has been shot down at the state level. And in particular, I think this year there was pushback from the Colorado Association of Realtors, from the Home Builders Association, and then those I think were the primary ones. I think also the Farm Bureau, actually, because sometimes farmers leave homes vacant and they were concerned about a higher tax on agricultural producers. So these proposals keep getting shot down. And so I know that TAR had come out, maybe together with CAR, opposed to this, which is why I wanted to have this discussion with you about your concerns about the vacancy tax, and then also just to hear whether you might have some other ideas on how we can fund the development of housing in the county, since our resources and revenue streams are limited. I'll talk briefly about the bill that was knocked down this year. That was House Bill 26-1036, local taxes on vacant residential property. And you may know that counties can only levy taxes that are approved at the state level. We have to be authorized and given statutory authority to do those. We can't do this locally, which really ties our hands, because that means that everyone across the state, all of the legislature has to agree to provide these kind of authority, if you will. So House Bill 26-1036, I thought, was a really nice kind of balance. It would be authorized at the state level, but it would be permissive, meaning the counties would have a choice, and other jurisdictions, of whether or not to levy it. And it would have to be voter approved, as all taxes are in Colorado because of Tabor. It also allowed each jurisdiction to set its own rate levels, its rate structure, its vacancy threshold, meaning what would our definition of vacant be, and any exemptions that we wanted to offer. So it kind of continues the tradition or the constitutional requirement that taxing authority is provided by the state, but it provides local control and in particular voter control over whether the tax would actually be set up and levied. And when I mentioned this to you all several months ago, I made the point that I think a vacancy tax is much more equitable than what we have right now, which is the employee housing mitigation fee, because it would be imposed on all vacant homes and not only on newly constructed homes. Right now, that we'll agree the fee is high, and that's because this is our only opportunity to capture this revenue stream, and it's only on new construction. If we had a vacant home tax, it could be levied across the unincorporated county. The other thing is it would be, I think, one could argue more affordable than a housing mitigation fee. It could be levied at a lower rate because it would be levied over time versus that one-time hit. You probably all know that vacancy taxes have been established and are working well in other jurisdictions, other countries, states, and cities, and we can go into that, but this is not a whole new concept. I like this also because we hear so often from part-time residents about their desire to be part of the housing solution. And this is a way for them to participate. It's possible that this would incentivize homes to be more fully utilized, either to be rented to locals or to be put on the short-term market, increasing our lodging inventory because short-term rentals would not be subject to this tax. And really the bottom line too is that it protects locals. It's not levied on full-time residents. So we can, kind of have an opportunity to collect more revenue without continuing to price out our local economy, our local community. And I know there are some arguments against the vacancy tax, and the ones that I've heard, I would just like to kind of address, and I imagine you'll have more. But one is the argument that part-time residents make use of fewer local government services. And that may be true. They're not here every day. And so when they have an accident and need EMS to come, part of the time they're somewhere else, part of the time they're here. They don't send their children to the local schools. But I would argue that other than schools, we have to build our local services for full capacity. So we need enough firefighters, enough fire trucks, enough of a hospital, enough of all these services to make sure that we can provide service at peak occupancy times. And those are driven by part-time residents. So in this case, the expression I've always heard is you don't build a church for Easter. Well, we have to build a church for Easter because we need to provide those services at maximum occupancy. Another, argument I've heard against the vacancy tax is that higher value homes, which are typically owned by part-time residents, already pay more property tax. And, that is a long tradition in our country that those who can afford larger homes can afford higher taxes. And that's the method that we've chosen to use for centuries. The other point that I would make in that regard is that higher value homes receive greater value from local services. The fire protection services are provided to, if you will, guard of an asset of somebody's home, and a $2 million home is arguably getting more protection than a $500,000 home, not to mention a $15 or $20 million home. So I do think that in my mind that it is a reasonable argument to expect part-time residents to pay somewhat of a higher rate. The way our tax structure is set up right now, it's impossible because all residential property, whether it's occupied full-time or part-time, is taxed at the same rate. We have the same assessment rate. So I am and have been very much in support of a permissive vacancy tax, and would love to hear from you all your thoughts on that in particular, as well as any other ideas you might have on how the county in particular, can raise additional funds for workforce or community housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have one quick question on something you said that I didn't quite follow. It was the last point about with your example about fire suppression and a higher priced, higher valued property having more support as opposed to a lesser valued property.
Well,
I'm not quite sure.
I'm probably using value in a couple different ways, but if you think about the fire protection district providing protection for different value homes, someone who lives in a $15 million home is arguably getting a greater amount of protection than someone who lives in a $500,000 home.
I see.
The asset that's being protected is much more valuable. So in some regard, they're paying more, but they're actually also getting more.
Thank you. That's good clarification. That makes sense to me.
Thank you.
All right. I didn't mean to I don't want to take any more of your time. This is an opportunity for us to talk about at least starting with the vacancy tax idea. And I do have the letter in front of me that you did write and that I did read some time ago. I just took a quick look at it as Commissioner Brown was speaking and noticed that one of the arguments that you make against the vacancy tax is the concentrating or making part-time owners pay for services that they aren't using full-time. And I think I'd like to open by just asking if her Easter argument in rebuttal makes any sense to you, or if you have some comments about that, because that seems like one area where we could talk it out.
Well, we definitely have comments about it. I am currently also the president of our local association, but am acting as or serving as a Mountain District Vice President for our state. And have been on legislative policy for our state for a couple of years. So was very involved in this and had gone to the Capitol on February 4th to speak to our legislators. The bill was very poorly written, and it also allowed for like layers of taxation. So San Miguel County and the town of Telluride could have voted to support this. And so our second homeowners were at risk of having even more layered taxation without any guardrails, without having really any definitions of what defines vacancy and stuff like that. It's on the bullet points. I'm sure you guys have read over it. So what we saw, especially or just I guess a little bit of history and from our clients and our community and our membership, we have property owners, when the mitigation fee, when that was increased, that had such a negative consequence. We have so many clients who decided to go ahead and sell and leave the area. And so we completely agree. The mitigation fee is not the best opportunity for revenue for workforce housing, which our purpose is to gain revenue for workforce housing. And then the second part was sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Okay, so and the vacancy tax being proposed, it feels like it's a punishment, it's a penalty for being a second homeowner. And you're also talking about a lot of people who don't have a voice and a vote for this tax. And when they already give so much, and I think a lot of these people would be very willing to give from past conversations, taxing and targeting them is going to have a serious negative consequence. We have heard from, and our membership has heard from clients already, that they feel that this would really have a negative impact for Telluride in our region. A lot of people are looking at moving to and have moved on to Incline Village or Yellowstone. And so diminishing our tax base even further by having these second homeowners decide to go someplace else, because you can only love Telluride so much before you feel like you're taken advantage of and you just leave and go someplace else. We would love to talk through different solutions to find, or ideas to find a different solution where everybody feels more cohesive. And I think Anne hit a good point, is that we do have clients who really want to help this community because they love coming here and they love the community.
I know that the Telluride Foundation has a specific fund dedicated to housing support, and Elaine Demas is deeply involved in that. She's not got a huge war chest, and yet the foundation, I believe, makes contact with many of the second homeowners, both new arrivals and long timers. So I'm not sure that just simply having an avenue for donation is going to create the steady income stream that I think we're all looking for.
Thank you for having us here, and I think it's so great that we're talking about this when there isn't a ballot measure.
Yeah.
And we can have a collaborative conversation and talk about, we all agree that we need money and we need more housing. So I think we just have different thoughts of how we can get there. One quick question, it might not be a quick answer, but when we were talking about budget and what's in the bank and et cetera, what is our goal? I know the goal will change as cost to build increases, et cetera. But currently, what would be an amount to be in our bank on an annual basis in the budget line item for affordable housing for the county?
It's a great question. I don't think.
And if there isn't an answer yet.
Yeah, I
that's
don't
fine.
think we have a hard number in mind.
Yeah.
I think that we all acknowledge that $5 million will build a unit or two.
Yeah.
And that
that's
we have a
fine.
need for, in the region, roughly 1,100.
Right,
And
We're
so,
currently at an 840 unit deficit according to the housing needs assessment, and we're gonna be at 1,100 very soon, and the county is the place where the land exists for future
Exactly.
development, that the towns are not. And it's because of this measly $5 million in our coffers, we just can't even begin to tackle those daunting numbers.
And are the
If I were to
towns-
give a number,
Yeah.
$20 million a year would be amazing. We
amazing.
could actually start ticking away at this.
And
But-
is,
and we'd have that revenue that was guaranteed so that we could
Bond.
bond for them.
Right.
Instead of hoping that.
hoping that
came in
we get it,
donations.
right? And which is what's happening with the affordable housing mitigation fees, because like you said, they're declining and they probably will continue to decline. Well, existing home prices raised because the cost to build has become so high and this is an added expense, therefore existing homes
Yep.
values.
None of us are
Increasing,
delighted with
you
it.
know.
Yes.
But and then one other question that I'm just not familiar with the process. Since the county has a majority of the land, but the towns have a majority of the money, what is the process for the town's contribution on a county-led project?
I can answer that at least with one example. Sunnyside is a really good example of a recent project where the county held the land. The town and the county partnered. The county paid for construction, and both groups worked together.
The
to
town,
The
the
design.
town paid the bulk of the construction fee, yeah.
We ended up kicking in a little bit at the tail end, but
Yes.
the
Right.
town was responsible for actually getting it out of the ground. So that model served us well there. We don't have significant other parcels of that same proximity to
To town.
town. And so,
Similarly, the county had provided the land for the Gold Run subdivision that was then
Thank you.
annexed into the town of Telluride as well as for Pinion Park. We donated that land and that was able to help finance the development that the Telluride Foundation did. So we're always looking for how we can partner with those entities, and then the question is how much cash can we bring to the table in addition to the land contribution?
Right, so the financial contribution from the towns just varies on a case by case basis,
Correct.
depending upon where it is, who's
And
potentially being housed.
I also think it's important, in case you're not aware of the county's current projects that we're working on. In Ilium, we are working on-call housing for the sheriff's department so that we can house that workforce, because they all live far afield. And we feel that it would really help retaining staff and create a better situation for the sheriff's department, for our peacekeeping, and ultimately for all of our residents and visitors. And then at the Deep Creek Road and Bridge site, we are collaborating with CDOT to build some workforce, community housing there, prioritizing our road and bridge staff, but then there probably will be other units available for workforce housing. So we're going at this first and foremost these are the first projects of their kind that the county has taken. We have full reign on this. It's our project. We're not partnering with CDOT, but we're trying to address our workforce needs internally to the sheriff's department, the road and bridge. We're seeing some real gaps there in just retaining staff and being able to provide these critical services for our residents and visitors. So that's our current creative solution to tackling some very small projects, admittedly, to try to contribute to.
And then we're 2
The
years
housing
in and
inventory.
planning on the Pathfinder gravel pit project, which
Right.
was 74 units.
Yeah, but we're at a holding pattern there. We just recently hit a speed bump.
Mhm.
And
But-
Thank you for the, go ahead.
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, Jared, maybe you could just give ballpark figures about how much those projects might cost. And while you're pulling those numbers out of your big brain, I will say that what we're seeing with development now in the county or in the region is that, let's say a minimum of $1 million for maybe a 1,200 square foot unit. And to make those units affordable for local people earning, something close to our average median income, or maybe even 120, 140 of that, they're requiring hundreds of thousands of dollars of subsidies. So it's true that we will have rental income from projects and we will be able to sell some projects. Nevertheless, even if we own the land, they're requiring to make them pencil for residents hundreds of thousands of dollars of subsidies. So that's just money that's going to come in and go out. We will not be able to capture that again. So thank you.
And if I may answer Commissioner Brown's question, our current effort down in LM is coming in at about $630 a year, or $630,000 a unit. That's 500 square feet per unit. And the other really ugly piece of this is that is on available water and sewer. Right? All of our other projects, we have to construct infrastructure, water, sewer service, other, fiber, other things like that. And so we know that's going to increase that number. So when we kind of look at this, what we're looking at Deep Creek is a really, really rough estimate of a $28 million project that we would need $2 million at least a year to serve their debt service, right? And that's at current rates. And so those are the kind of things that we're thinking about. And obviously we have a lot of other things that we're trying to do as well. But in this housing program, when we look at these numbers, we are looking for all partners. We're looking for all ideas. And, when we think about this, it's per project. We're going to need a revenue stream that's going to support 20 years at, $2 million a year, as an example for that Deep Creek project. And by the time we get that built, I'm expecting 27 million to be a little bit of a thin number. So,
Well, along the lines of support and collaboration, since we have limited time today, I know we all have ideas but rather than talk about those specific ideas, something that we thought could be interesting, and I know everyone has a lot on their plates. I'm happy to kind of spearhead this if we're all on board, is really putting together a committee to step outside and come up with some potential solutions to then discuss and present. The committee I would see consisting of any staff, any commissioners interested, stakeholders, those being part-time residents who, as Commissioner Brown said, are very committed to our community, and many of whom could come with ideas that maybe that they've seen elsewhere from the lives they've lived beyond Telluride, and just more of a kind of just a brainstorming think tank.
I was hoping that was today.
Well, I don't know if we all are. I don't know if we have many hours today, but we do have a few ideas. But I think, you know, one of the things we talked about is kind of an opt-in. Or if we could, if a public-private housing investment fund could be created, that, I don't know if it's possible for that to be some type of a nonprofit fund, so to entice people even more to contribute and receive some type of a tax benefit for a contribution. I can think of several people who, and if we had people behind it who are the actual people that would be the major contributors that are speaking on behalf of this to their peers. And, you know, people, I just think about several nonprofits in town that I'm involved in, and the large number of part-time residents who commit to significant amounts of annual giving and commit for a 3 to 5 year basis to give 50,000, 100,000 a year to a nonprofit in Telluride. And I think that maybe exploring something like that, I think it could give us some, you know, asking for money on an annual basis. We never know what we're going to get, but generally speaking, if you can have people commit to being a part of a program, attaching their name to it, therefore motivating and enticing others. There's a little enticement too, because people who want to give back to the community but don't want to feel that their hands are being forced through a tax, but want to contribute and want to assist. So that's just a very broad
I
idea.
like that idea. I'm curious how that differs from the existing opportunity with the Telluride Foundation to donate directly to housing.
I don't think that because I don't think it's the main focus of giving at the Telluride Foundation, because they do have that as one arm of where you can give and earmark your money to affordable housing. Whereas this would be different in that it's, you know, if there's 180 real estate brokers. And so if that was a conversation that each person was having with each of their clients, and how it benefits the community, how it will ultimately benefit them and their peers, I think it's maybe shifting of the messaging. So it's a more direct ask than with the Telluride Foundation. You know, they do such an excellent job of supporting so many nonprofits within our region. And so there's different focuses. And so there's a lot to choose from. So if we narrow the focus to affordable
I just
housing.
said there too, I think what I'm taking away is that it may not be necessary to create a standalone housing nonprofit, which is not impossible, but takes some time and energy. But instead to marshal the 180 brokers, and every time that they conclude a transaction, they make that suggestion to these new clients to go right to the Telluride Foundation, sit down with Elaine and structure their long-term giving plan. And in a sense, we've already got the framework for what you're talking
Absolutely.
about. And we need to mobilize the troops to try to make it.
Agree. And I would love to have a conversation with Elaine and Jason about how to get a better outcome from that program that they already have in existence.
Right.
But I think too, it's important that it's just listening to the numbers. And, you know, I always wonder where all that transfer tax is going with the town in some of the towns, and thinking of all of the money that the towns have. I think it's important that that money is earmarked to the county, who doesn't have the opportunity to receive a transfer tax.
See the towns gifting the county or earmarking parts of their budget.
No, not the towns. I mean, the Telluride Foundation's housing fund.
Oh.
Being earmarked specifically to county funding in an effort to build up the coffers and continue to raise money for San Miguel County's housing crisis. Because the towns have a revenue generator already, which is their transfer tax and assessment in Mountain Village. So Elaine and Jason could be the first step to really mobilizing that resource that they've already created versus versus starting something new.
Yeah.
You know, we might as well take something that exists.
Yeah.
And maybe figuring out how to have more direct messaging.
I think we've got one step that we all want to take together.
Mhm.
Do you have other thoughts or suggestions along those creative lines?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up an idea, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. And it's included in that letter is creating some sort of an option for homeowners to buy out their deed restrictions. And to be clear, I am not talking about like a Lawson Hill deed restriction or Two Rivers or properties that are occupied full time and as they're intended. I'm talking about the kind of wonky, much older deed restricted ADUs, say in the ski ranches, in West Meadows was brought up, other areas in the county. There are some that would probably apply in Aldosoro, but there are quite a few of them out there. They were originally required to be deed restricted when those units were built. And I understand that it kind of feels counterintuitive to talk about removing deed restrictions when we're talking about a housing shortage, but I do think that we need to honestly ask if these are operating as they were intended to be. So if a unit's not contributing to long-term housing inventory, offering that homeowner, being a little bit more proactive about offering that homeowner the opportunity to buy out their deed restriction. I mean, that could create a much more meaningful impact on the housing supply and a little bit more immediate as well, because those are not small numbers to be able to buy out those restrictions. So curious to hear what you think of that, about just going ahead and reaching out to all homeowners, because a lot of them, I think you would be shocked, aren't even aware that these restrictions exist. Sometimes they don't know until they go to sell their property. It goes under contract and they see it in the title commitment. So just bringing awareness of it as well might be able to incentivize to even rent those units.
Excellent, Anna. I'm going to ask Kay Simonson, our planning director, to come up and grab a microphone, maybe right over here, Kay. Because we have not been proactive like you suggested, but we have been active in deed restriction buyouts since I started doing this 7 years ago. The numbers were very small and we adjusted those numbers slightly because it hurt too much to basically give away a unit for peanuts. So we tried to bump that a little bit a few years back. And we've had some people that have availed themselves of those higher numbers and been in the situation exactly as you described, where they weren't really aware, they didn't really understand, all of a sudden they're selling, it's on the title, and they came to us and paid the money and probably found that money in their proceeds from their sale, and all kind of balanced out nicely. Okay, if you could help us with a kind of summary of what we have and how many units we estimate might be out there. It doesn't have to be a hard number, but Anna's supposition that there are a lot of them and this could be a real boon. I'm not sure if that's true, and I'd like to know your thoughts because I think you're closest to it.
Yeah, so these are ADU deed restrictions that were imposed from 1994 to 2007 in order to mitigate housing. And people at the time had the option to either pay a fee of $80,000 or deed restrict the ADU. I think we have 40-ish, don't quote me on this because there were some changes in there, deed restrictions remaining out there. For a lot of years, SMRHA was not doing any sort of verification of whether or not property owners were complying with the deed restrictions. They have begun doing that. So property owners are now receiving letters, so they should be now aware that they are in fact subject to this deed restriction. There's two different deed restrictions depending on whether it was a voluntary unit or a mandatory unit. Voluntary units, it can be occupied by a qualified employee and their family or by the owner's family. If it was a mandatory unit, it can only be occupied by qualified employees. So that causes a little consternation amongst property owners as well. But yeah, at the deed restriction itself does say that this can be terminated at the discretion of the county commissioners. And we have had a number of cases over the years where the board has authorized the termination upon payment of our then current fee employee housing mitigation fee. So that option's out there. We're not actively seeking to cancel them, though. It is the responsibility of the property owner to let us know.
Sure.
And I appreciate the suggestion and it's a good idea. Our challenge would be if we're turning, kind of an available unit into cash today, it ends up being a losing proposition, right? There, that value today, the time we can construct something, and the current cost of construction kind of eat our lunch, right? And so it's always this intractable problem that it would probably serve us better to get that occupied instead of, turn that on instead of trying to build a new. But when we're talking about revenue options, it is one that I think we actively have on the table. We just aren't seeking it.
And I'm curious, are there any units right now that you think is realistic to actually get occupied? Is it just an enforcement issue, or what do you
I
think?
think that what Kay said about the SMRHA for many years wasn't actively tracking these, and now they are, that we're about to find out.
Okay.
Because those letters are arriving in people's mailboxes or in their hands, and they're reading them going, oh, I had no idea, or, oh, whoops, we've been doing this wrong, or, oh yeah, we've got a family, it's been for many years, it's working great, we're fine. And so I suspect in the months to come that we'll have an answer to that question.
Okay.
I also, and I'm not good enough with math, but Jared probably is. He's my mathematician on the fly. 40 units, even if we were to cash all of them out, if everybody said, yep, I'm out, I don't want these ADU anymore, I want it off the title. It's a relatively small number based on what Galena illustrated as our kind of needs are. It's a one-time shot. So it could be a Hail Mary if we ran into some great opportunity and we're trying to raise funds in a panic, but it's not probably going to be the solution.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, no.
I think what Jared said is also true, that I'd rather fill those units than try to build new ones. That's bigger rock and a bigger hill than just asking the family that's already designed and agreed to please live up to their agreements.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Lance, did you say that Kay said that we are actually going to be trying to enforce those deed restrictions this year?
I did say that because I heard Kay say that.
Okay, I missed
So-
that. Can you just
No.
clarify for me?
So a couple of years ago, actually, we, communicated with SMRHA, and they really weren't aware that this pool of deed restricted units existed. And so now they are, now it's in their regular verification cycle. So whenever it is that they're doing the verification of occupancy and qualifications, that's when they'll do it. I don't know what that timeline is.
This fall. It's something that we were delayed on because of our efforts to straighten up our deed restriction throughout the county. But now that we've completed that process, we can get back to kind of business as usual cycle of verification.
Does this also pertain to the Mountain Village deed restricted units that were put into place when Mountain Village was not incorporated and it was put in place through San Miguel County?
We have one or two ADU deed
But there's still-
restrictions
okay.
in Mountain Village, and
I
that's
guess I
it.
just got lucky enough to be
Yeah.
involved with one of them.
Yeah. And we have one deed restriction on a Telski property that was, it's a ski run.
Okay.
It's a long sordid story.
I'm sure.
I think this is actually a really good idea, and I think, I agree with Jared, it won't solve anything long term, but I'm very pleased to hear that we are going to be enforcing deed restrictions on those ADUs, and I think we should figure out a process for folks who are not in compliance to actually educate them about the opportunity to buy out that deed restriction, because I think over the 4 decades practically that I've been here, we've seen a change in culture where part-timers are less interested in having a local live kind of on premise, and recognizing that that is the truth and that's fine. People are more concerned about privacy and security and health and all that kind of things. You know, that we make sure that people are fully aware of that option, as Anna suggested. We don't have to do a public campaign, but if we find someone who's out of compliance, I think we should make that offer.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we've got 2 points of agreement. The first one was the concept of marshaling the 180 broker army and sending donations directly to an existing housing fund. And the second is that as we get information back from our compliance this fall, when we find those folks that Anne was speaking of, that we do apprise them of their options.
I also, oh, go ahead. I just wanted to add back to I'm not going to call it a committee. I'm going to think of a name that's much more exciting to be a part of, but I think we will pull together some, and let you all know, but some thought leaders, stakeholders, just bringing some additional minds to the table to help us continue to brainstorm once we have that put together. And hopefully Elaine will be on that committee on that team as well. We'll let you know. And if anyone here is interested in being a part of that, I think the more minds we could get working on this, the better off we are and the more ideas we can bring to the table. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward with that and welcome anyone to be a part of it that would like to.
I think that one aspect of that you mentioned really intrigued me was the concept of bringing in some of the folks from outside. And we'll give them the same kind of primer, if you will, about how much we have, what we've got done, what we're trying to do, and what we need. And then ask them for their outside of the box Canyon experience as to how it could work. I think we're going to end up, when that committee forms, that group, discussing vacancy tax, at least at some point and at some level. And I don't know if the answer is going to be a guarded yes, a hell no, or let's just wait and see what the state does. But I think that from my perspective, I haven't yet heard a compelling reason not to continue to monitor those conversations at the state and continue to engage on either side.
Right. And what I wanted to touch on is, well, first off, I just appreciate your willingness to engage here today and for the outreach to all 180 real estate agents within TAR and go the extra length to talk with Elaine Demas and explore how to potentially build up her war chest. Do you envision that? And if that really truly works and suddenly there's some like even beyond the philanthropic, it's incredible what Telluride Foundation brings in, but suddenly let's say that there's this incredible amount of money flowing in. I mean, would that be, we're looking at that because we have these mechanisms in place that were laid out, the employee impact mitigation fee, which, as Lance said, none of us love. You know, I see that affecting locals that are, you know, just able to build a house for the first time or, you know, creating a renovation that is really meaningful to their life and livelihood here. And it's a pain point. And I, you know, the increases in the last 2 years have been significant. And I understand the impact to the real estate market. And we see that, we hear it, we understand it. It's just the mechanism we have currently. And I hope you gained an understanding of our limited revenue stream right now and what we're trying to accomplish. And it's dang near impossible, right? It's just not enough money to even begin to throw at what we need to accomplish. So I guess the concept of potentially repealing that would be challenging for us to entertain right now without a real steadfast, and having some confidence in a constant stream of revenue somehow. And it's a little unknown year to year what that kind of philanthropic addition could be. And so, I mean, we're always looking, and what we're looking at is what exists out there. in neighboring communities and other Colorado counties. And the employee impact mitigation fee exists in Summit County and Pitkin County, Eagle County, Routt County. That is the mechanism that other counties are utilizing currently to generate any sort of community housing funds. And we're working with what is legal within the state of Colorado and Tabor, and that's challenging also. But I, for one, am very open to creative thinking around this. And I think it is also cultural. And I just appreciate you all reaching out to your clients and educating, new residents and even longtime residents about how part-time residents. I don't like to use the term second homeowner because having owned and operated a business in this community for a long time that was absolutely reliant on our part-time residents, our business would not have existed and certainly not thrived without those customers. And they are important to our community and to a lot of our nonprofits and our institutions. And I see them and appreciate them and don't love that people feel singled out because of their income bracket. But there is such a need for housing, and our workforce is dwindling and people are getting pushed out. And living in the community I live in Norwood and seeing the influx and the pressure, it's so real. And we're trying to solve it within the mechanisms that exist. It's very challenging. And so I appreciate your engagement and willingness to get out there and continue to work on the culture and encouraging philanthropic endeavors, because I do see that as a real way to potentially tackle this. But we would have to really see the needle move to entertain changing policy.
Yeah, I don't think we are expecting the housing mitigation fee to go away just because we have the people donate. But this is
Nobody asked that, but
it would be a long-term,
Yeah.
long-term efforts. So I think just having these conversations and engaging the broader community to be more active in their conversations with these part-time residents and the generous people that are in our community.
You are our primary source.
Yes, we are.
So we
yeah,
need to
true.
be, if we see that this is a viable option, then we'll just have to put more time and energy into it, and it will take time to build.
Yeah.
But there are many of us who are more than happy to dedicate and volunteer for these issues because they matter so much.
Thank you. I think that's a good place to end.
Perfect.
Can I just ask one more question? I can tell we want to wrap up, but maybe I'll just plant this seed. I'm curious to know whether this team from TAR or at CAR, Colorado Association of Realtors, if there's any tax that you would be comfortable with, because I do have concerns about relying on, people annual giving to fund a housing project. Is there any tax that would be palatable that you can help us understand? And or is there anything we could do to refine last year's vacancy tax to make it more palatable? You mentioned concerns about layers of taxation, and that would be something we could definitely change. I know there is an allowance for various jurisdictions to come together. So we could do this together with the towns and the county and not layer. But anyway, and maybe this is something that your uncommittee or our uncommittee could think about, is what would be some kind of a palatable tax, if anything. Thanks.
Commissioner Brown, I think that's a great springboard for a first meeting, is after we kind of level set with everybody that does engage, to pose that question.
Perfect. I will work on some answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Mr. Pandolfo has been very patient and he is here with us now. I would like to take a very brief leg stretch break and then have Cheryl Miller and John come up. Go ahead and seat yourselves. We just need a couple minutes to tend to biology. Commissioner Brown, can you be back in 3 minutes? Yes, I see that. Okay,
Commissioner
we'll
Brown.
be back. on three.
Downtown Miami.
Thank you. Sharon.
Welcome, good to see you.
Copies. Like one to the presentation, the other one to number.
Commissioner Brown, are you available? Commissioner Brown, we are about to start up and there you are. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience.
Absolutely.
We are happy to have you for a discussion regarding the Telluride School District budget, no levy override consideration.
Sure.
Constance Miller and John Pandolfo, welcome.
Yep. I'd like to just thank you for having us. And if I had had time, I would have loved to have come earlier for the previous discussion, just because it's pretty relevant. I caught a lot of it. Yeah. But at some point I would love to update the commissioners also on the housing project that we have underway that certainly the county has been supportive of, where we're at with all that. And I think it plays a lot into what the earlier discussion was. And it's pretty pertinent. And as you can see, we're talking today about something totally different, a mill levy override based on, what we need to do from state revenues and the educational funding formula and all of that. But I think a key part of that is just, it was now going on 3 years ago when we went out to the voters to ask for a ballot measure for a bond. And, I feel like we're in, expending those funds and doing all the things we said we were going to do with them. And now, for better or worse, we're coming back to the voters to, ask for more funding for a totally different purpose. So I'll let Cheryl give a little bit of an intro and then we'll jump into slides.
Kind of give the big picture, and that is a few years back, the state wanted to update our formula because our funding formula goes back to the old one, goes back to the 90s. And a modern formula is more student-based than it is regional-based and characteristics of the district. So in that process of creating the new formula, one of the things that happened was a lot of our costs and are really regionally, it's where we're located, is in the cost of living. And so the new formula did not benefit us well. And as we pointed that out to the state, the remedy that they gave us was to increase the potential for a mill levy override with voter approval. With everything that's been going on with property taxes, we never felt like it was a good time to do it. But we're getting pushed up against the wall. There's a time limit on when we can make the ask. Once we're in a hold harmless right now. Once we're in full implementation of the new formula, we can't ask for additional funding locally. So we're making the ask now, because we can't put it off any longer. And what John will go through, what the impact will be. It won't 100% solve our problem, but it'll be significant in alleviating a cliff, basically, that we're seeing. And the whole point is, so one of the things the state says is, well, you just need to right size. Well, when we look at it, we, as a small district, we're always right sizing. We're always adjusting the classroom sizes. We're always adjusting the number of teachers because a few kids really impacts our population. It's a high percentage. We've got, 850 kids now? 10 kids come or go, and it makes a big difference. So it's something we're always doing. But then when we look out at the projections of the funding, what we realize is if you calculate the anticipated student count loss and the number of full-time equivalents that we would lose because of that, or would right size out, let's say, and what we can afford budgetarily, they don't line up. And so then you realize we won't be, if we don't do something, we just acquiesce, we won't be able to maintain our quality programming. And I'm so proud of our district and our community, because we've reached out, we've worked with the community, you've collaborated with us really hard to create great programs. We've been accredited with distinction, which means we've been in the top 10% of the state ever since there's been accreditation. And I just don't want to lose that. And I feel like this mill levy override will significantly help us to maintain our programming. And we're going to look at every tool available, whether it's new state funding or advocating to change the formula, but this is just one insignificant piece to solving the puzzle.
So the slides will go through a lot of what Cheryl kind of gave an overview in detail, and I will say what we're going to touch on a little bit also, and I gave you an additional presentation that we don't have time to go through today related to one of the potential statewide ballot measures. So we'll talk about, as Cheryl said, looking at what some of the other options are as well. So just a quick overview on the ballot measure. We're considering a question. We are currently at 30% of our total program funding, which under the old law was the maximum that we were allowed to collect in mill levy override. We've been there since 2017. And with the change in funding formula law, they allowed districts to go to higher than what the previous caps were. Previous caps were 30% for small rural districts, 25% for all other districts. In compromise solution to the new funding formula in 2024, at the end of the session, they created this sliding scale type mill levy override structure. No other district in the state can go as high as 50%. Telluride is the tops in that. Aspen was allowed to go from 25 to 47 because they're larger and they were, capped at 25. All the other districts are a bit lower than that. So go ahead.
Still do a study of cost of living for this by school district, and we're the highest. So it's the highest override capacity.
So the MLO increase would capture $2.6 million in new revenues, 1.63 mills. The cost to a residential property owner would be less than $10 a month if you look at it on a monthly basis. For businesses, it's more than for local residential. And I think one of the keys to this is, unless something really huge changes, which we don't anticipate, our total program funding that we get from the formula from the state is going to be decreasing, and I'll be running through numbers on that. So as that total program funding decreases, the percentage we can collect in mill levy override, even if we're collecting 50% of a smaller number, we're collecting less in mill levy override. So the actual amount collected will decrease over time. So just a picture of what the funding picture is right now. If we focus on the per pupil revenue column in this slide, you can see that based on the recently commissioned adequacy studies that the legislature had done, adequate funding for us would be about 19,200 per student right now. And under where we're at right now in a hold harmless, which we're about to be falling off of soon, we're actually at around 16,650. So overall, in terms of our program funding, that's $2 million less than what they call adequate. If we today had to be on the new formula, we would be down at 14,925 if we were not in the hold harmless. And that's if they don't fix this remoteness or locale factor that they're trying to fix right now. If that ends up staying, which is certainly still a possibility, we'd be at about 13,500. So almost $6,000 less per student, which totals to about $4.5 million less in our funding in what's somewhere around $18 to $20 million total revenue annual budget. So the three big things about the formulas, and I'll just quickly, the original change in the funding formula was in 2024. That was HB 24-1448. That was modified last year under HB 25-1320 because the state didn't have enough money to implement the new formula. The changes they made in 1320 increasingly negatively impacted us beyond the original change. So the three things with 1320 that are the biggest problems: it decreases multi-year averaging. When you're in declining enrollment, it's nice to count the previous years when you had more students, so you can help adjust for, what's in the future. And they're bringing that from 5 years. It's now gone down to 3 years for next year, could possibly even be 2 years. They're working on a smoothing formula that might help have it end up more like a 2.5 year or so average. But either way, coming down from 5 years really hurts. The cost of living that Cheryl mentioned, we were one of the highest factors in the state at 59, almost 60% above the standard. They have capped everything at 23% above the standard. So that kind of took our legs out from under us. There are currently 21 of the 178 districts are at that cap of 1.23 right now by the count I just made earlier this week. So, you know, the state solution again, as Cheryl said, is, just bring that get more money from your local taxpayers, bring your mill levy override up. Additionally, the third thing that really hurts us is this locale factor, which is their attempt at saying your remoteness, your geography, how far you are from an urban center where goods might be cheaper, just kind of the cost of doing business. They switch to a system that's harming a lot of districts in a bad way. So since it's not only one or two like us in Aspen, they're actually looking at making a pretty significant change there. There was a recent article that was shared around among the board. It was a New York Times article that talked about trends across the country. Our numbers really almost parallel that. They said students who were born in, I think, 2007, 2008, which was last year's graduating class, was that was really where the peak in births were. And last year's graduating class nationally was about where the peak in graduating classes are. That parallels with us almost perfectly. And the maximum enrollment across the country was somewhere around just before 2020, and that actually parallels very closely with us. So it's not very unique. I think there was an expectation Telluride would continue to hold or build, but for various reasons, that's not happening. And again, we peaked at around 910 students. We're at 752 as of this year that's just ending, and we expect to be around 620 by the time we get to the end of the phase-in of the new funding formula, when it's fully phased in. And so again, it's demographics. We know we've had out-migration. I hear stories very frequently about families we are losing simply because they cannot afford to live here, which gets to the previous discussion we were having. Our incoming kindergarten class this past year, or our current almost graduating kindergartners, is around 41. We graduated 93 last year. Our incoming kindergarten class for next year right now is the count is at 32. I don't expect that to change much. And we're graduating about 83 this year. So that just shows you, like, you know, it shows these national trends really playing out for us. So as Cheryl said, we have continued to right size and reduce staff as our enrollment has declined. The smaller you get, the harder it gets to really do that just truly proportionally. But I feel like we've done a good job with it. Unfortunately, that means non-renewals of staff at times. We've had to do it through attrition as much as possible. But our goal is to continue to reduce staff, but retain the highest quality, educators and quality of education that we can have. So the rate that we would need to reduce to stay the way revenues look like they're going is going to be significantly more than just right sizing. So just looking again at some of these numbers, you can see how student count really impacts things. If we were on the old funding formula, we would be funding for 788 students next year, when our actual count we project to be around 700. If you look at how the new formula impacts us, depending on which of the final things ends up happening for how the averaging happens, we're going to be funded for between 723 and 708 students. And what we've done is in calculating the amount of loss that this translates to, we have to make various assumptions, but one of them is that the CPI inflation rate that our funding is based on, which is the Denver Aurora inflation rate, holds steady at the 2.3% that it's been the last few years. And you can just see, so with a mill levy override, if we did not have success in passing a mill levy override, we would still be losing from our current collections, though those would reduce by between $335,000 and $412,000. Because our total program funding goes down, 30% of it goes down. If it were at the 50% rate, we would be, losing between $558,000 and $687,000. And that is this in 2028-29, which is the year that we would get our mill levies, our mill levy collection would be based on, or our revenue from mill levies for the 2027-28 school year. Because the amount of mill levy override you get is tied to your funding the year prior. And it's 2027-28, not this upcoming school year, but the following school year that we fall off our first big cliff from this new funding formula. If we looked all the way to ahead to 2032-33, you would see that we're looking to lose from the mill levy itself, like between 673 and over $1 million less collected in mill levy, and in total program funding, again, yet another cliff to fall off at about $2.2 million. So that's kind of the picture of how our revenue is going to decrease, both our total program funding, which is 70% of our total revenue, and then the mill levy override, and then some of the other things like grants and so forth. The next chart to me is really the most telling. The first bar is what our revenues are projected to be over the next several years while the new funding formula is phased in, if the mill levy override is not passed. The green bar in the middle is what would happen if we did pass the mill levy override increase to 50%, and the red bar is our expenses. So you can see even this coming year that we're going into, our revenues are lower than our expenses significantly, and that creates a structural deficit that there's nothing we can really do about. There's not a lot of reduction we can do in expenses at this point. And then you could see with a mill levy override, that gives us a bump where we can begin to try to build up some reserves to help shore up as we move forward towards 2032-33. But even at that point, without anything else, just with a mill levy override and nothing else changing, and based on the assumptions that we use for these expense projections and revenue projections, when you get down to 32-33, we would still be $1 million short on revenues to expenses with the mill levy increase, and we would be over $3 million short without that. That's based on only increasing our expenses at 2.8%, which is going to be a challenge, and keeping a belt that tight. And that includes reducing costs by about 2.7 million over the course of that time through reductions in staff or whatever else we can do to kind of reduce expenses. So all of that is, I don't think it's totally conservative, but we're trying to come up with the best picture we can come up with here. Clearest picture, yes, not best. If you look at the sensitivity that we have here, so if you look at the top graph or the top chart on this page, you can see that if we can maintain our expense increases at 2.8%, then we would need to reduce 2.7 million. At typical staff, somewhere around $100,000 per staff member, wages and benefits on average. That means about 27 staff. And we're currently at 143. That's our current kind of FTE or staff load. So that's a 20% reduction. If our actual expenses through negotiated settlements with our staff or whatever else bump up to 3.8, 4.8, 5.8%, then you're looking at reductions all the way up to 71 staff, basically half of what we currently have for staff, still with a sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a minute. I mean, that's what it would take to try to still have that end up somewhere in the $1 million less of revenues versus expenses by the time we get to 2032-33. If we don't have a successful mill levy, those numbers go and they basically double in terms of what we would need to reduce in staff. And again, we don't have a lot of expenses beyond staff, and the expenses we have, we don't have a lot of control over, but typical school district and us, 80% of our total expenses are wages and benefits. And again, if we were talking about right sizing by our projections for enrollment over the course of the next several years, we'd be talking about 12 to 15 staff, not 27 to 95. So that's kind of the picture that we have that we're looking at right now. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay, I was going to say, to give you a sense of what that impact is, currently we have a student teacher ratio of about a little under 18, 17 point something. And to lose half our staff, suddenly that doubles. And it's just, we don't even have the physical plant to have classes over 30 kids, let alone have quality education.
And it's unfortunately not so simple as just saying every class size goes up, because there's a lot, the ratio of actual classroom teachers to total staff in school districts has also been decreasing significantly over the past several years, because you need much more mental health supports, you need much more behavioral supports, you need all of those things. So it's not the days of 90+% of the staff in a school are teaching kids in a regular classroom. So what are the possibilities that might look a little bit positive that haven't been included in the picture that I just showed you? There's 2 potential ballot measures coming in November that are statewide ballot measures that we would get a benefit from. The first is SB 26-135, which I believe the legislature by the end of today will have passed and sent on to the governor, so that it does not need a signature campaign to pass. And it would raise the Tabor cap by about 2% and direct funding to education based on that. In really the wording of the ballot measure will be more or less to maintain quality education, educators, that kind of stuff. And so if that passes, we would anticipate about a $262,000 revenue currently for the 27-28 school year. But again, it takes a Tabor surplus to be able to get that. So a lot of that depends on the economic picture. And you can see from what we just showed that $262,000 is not going to dig us out of a hole. It would be a good supplement on top of the 2.6 million from a mill levy override. So I think that is polling very well. I think more like 60 yes to 30 no right now. From the latest I've seen, it stands a good chance of passing, and that will help across the state. So that's a good thing. Initiative 195, which I handed you another presentation on, is called Protect Colorado's Future, and it deals with a graduated income tax. And I'd like to just share a little bit of stuff about that. But in essence, it needs a signature campaign. That's a big hill to climb. Current polling is somewhere between 47 and 55%, so it is not there as anything definite yet. We are going to be mounting a signature campaign. I just talked to Bright Futures and Early Childhood Council about this, because this money from Initiative 195 is not just a K-12. The SB 26-135 is just a K-12, but the Initiative 195 is for health type stuff and K-12 and early childhood. So we want to get a lot of people on board with trying to do our part to pass this. And the requirement to get it on the ballot is 2% of the registered voters in each and every Senate district across the state. So again, a big hill. We would benefit from that by around $650,000. And so the 2 of those together would add about another $1 million, and that would be, thinking about that bar chart, that would actually be a big help. But we only have so much control over that one. And those funds would not be applied towards total program funding. If they were, it would help us from losing as much on that mill levy override, which is a percentage. So somehow it would be supplemental funds. I want to talk about 195 a little more, in that it basically puts in a graduated income tax structure where anyone who makes under $5,000 of taxable, or $500,000 of taxable income annually sees a tax increase, and anyone who makes less than that sees a tax decrease. So, and I could find the chart here. I don't have it in front of me, but someone who is, let's say, in the $50,000 to $100,000 range would get about a $210 benefit on their Colorado income taxes. So it would save them that kind of money. Someone who is making in the 2 to 5 million annual income would pay an additional about 13,000 on their income taxes. So, that's kind of what that is about. what I heard from the folks who are presenting on how the polling is going is that the more people understand Initiative 195, the more they're in favor of it. But it's under the Tabor required language that has to start by saying, should taxes be raised by 2.7 million, whatever it is, I can't remember. So that's the part I think that tends to get a no vote or a no sentiment immediately. Whereas the SB 126 ballot measure would actually say no increase in overall taxes. So, which is also can be argued to be a little bit misleading because you don't get as much refund, a Tabor refund. So some of the challenges that we have, the way that they managed to balance the state budget this year, and I will say on the positive side, they really largely left education from being as damaged as, it could have been. But they still had to come up with a bunch of one-time fixes to really fill that kind of current $1 billion shortfall. They also used the more positive economic forecasts when they had a decision point in March to make, which means if that forecast doesn't play out mid-year, there's going to be some trouble at the state and how they're going to figure that out. And that could come as a rescission to us, for example. You just never know what's going to happen there. And it pushes the trouble down to a year from now where they're forecasting another $1 billion shortfall. And they've kind of utilized a lot of their one-time fixes that they have available in their toolbox. So never mind kind of what's projected to continue with Medicaid. So Cheryl talked before about the cost of living study, and I just want to touch on that for a minute because that was the big problem right as the session was ending with the educational funding formula. They put out this study every year, and the study was showing that every single district increased in their cost of living somewhere between about 12% and 23%. We came in at about 20.16%. So, yet our cost of living factor in the formula doesn't go up at all because we're at the cap. And there were 43 districts that it just came out last week, which is what threw everything into turmoil, that were actually having their cost of living funding in the formula reduced. And so it became a real challenge of like, why did everyone's cost of living go up, but all these districts are having cost of living dollars cut? So that is not solved yet. And my hope is that that becomes part of what they look at. And I've had acknowledgement when we've spoken with folks at the state about they know they got the cost of living wrong when they changed the formula a few years ago and kind of sacrificed a few of our higher cost of living districts at the expense of putting in arguably a better formula across the board. There's no doubt about that. So our hope is that that will be fixed. But again, just for comparison, our cost of living over a 2-year period was shown to increase by 20.16%. The revenue that they put into the funding formula increased by 4.6%. So it's just, again, a flaw in how they do stuff. So that's kind of what we have to share. I didn't really come up much for air during that whole thing. So you may have questions, you may not, but we just kind of want to make you aware, and we expect to get a mailer out with a link to a survey to all of our, registered voters to really ask some pertinent questions and just start educating them. Keep it in much, much simpler language than everything that's in here, and really just try to help them understand the dilemma we're in. Before the 2025 fix or change they made to the formula, when they first put it in place with the HB 24-1448, we were thinking somewhere around 2029-30 is when we would need to go out for this mill levy override. But what happened with the fix in HB 25-1320, again, as Cheryl said, put our backs to the wall and has forced our hands.
So yeah, I would encourage you to ask the hard questions, because when preparing for a ballot issue, we want to make clear all the different aspects and handle or address the concerns as best we can.
If I were receiving no information in the mail and haven't had the luxury of this deep level conversation, I would probably fall back on either more information about declining student enrollment or the New York Times article, if I happen to have read it. And in my mind, would link to, oh, well, the money's going down, students are going down, I'm sure they'll figure it out. And so I think if I were to give you any counsel about this mailer, it would be to acknowledge that, but to explain that it's not going down equally. And that there's a
Yes.
huge drop on the money side and a small drop on the student side. And
In other words,
acknowledge
it's not
that.
simply right sizing.
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
that is the
this-
term part,
It's extremely helpful, and I would recommend that this
be front and
chart
center.
be pretty front and center, just to understand just that the increase in expenditures and a decrease in revenue, even if the mill levy override is passed, that there's this
It gives
this
us a little bit more
long-term-
space,
Yeah, yeah, but the long-term picture isn't pretty regardless, and
Yes, and I think one of the things that I wanna underscore at the state level through our advocacy at CASB is there is no districts in this state that is overfunded, period.
Yeah.
And you can go into all the details of why, but it's as simple as that.
I think just pondering your sales campaign a little more, your effort to get information out,
Yes,
that what John said about 80% of the school's budget is staff. 20%, give or take, is kind of fixed costs that you don't have much ability to change, and that humanizing the potential downside of that
yes,
passiveness.
Right.
Both for the students, for the community, for those that are currently employed, is probably a really most powerful message.
and I think part, yeah, and within that, like we, you know, in the chart, we built in that 2.3% increase, which is really modest. And that is where we can give our teachers some badly needed raises, modest, but and you can never give them enough for living in this area, and they're amazing at what they do. But I think understanding that, like some districts have frozen their wages, well, we just don't feel like that's functional, that's not practical, and so, but we aren't going excessive, we're not like giving this big 10%, 14% raise and creating a problem. It's, we're really trying to balance it all out.
What also caught my attention, and I think would be worthwhile to share with the public, is what staffing looks like. Staffing isn't just teachers in the classroom, but there's
Yes.
so much support staff in place, and
Mhm.
that is, I think, really important. People don't understand that, even parents,
Yeah.
engage with the school district don't necessarily understand that, but they,
It's true.
Yeah.
A
reap
modern
the benefits of that model here within the school district and that support for students. I would really recommend sharing that. So even if there's, reduction in classroom size and inevitably some attrition there with teachers and the ratio, there's way more staff that is in place that
Right.
are in support roles, and that it's complicated.
Yeah, and we're working to really right size that as we move forward in the best way we can also, but it's more challenging. You know, you have 4 school counselors across 12 grades and in 4 different schools. So you can't take away just a tiny piece of one, you know what I mean? So
Right, there's a
Not easy.
facility size.
Yeah,
and
all of that.
Yeah.
the different schools, and there needs to be these people in place in schools regardless of class size.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown has her hand up. I'd like to hear what input she has
Yes.
as well.
I'm sorry to ask this very silly question, elementary question, and John, you've explained it to me before, and you don't have to take time to do it now, but I would in this mailer define what a mill levy override is. Some people in our community, and it took me being a county commissioner to understand what a mill levy is to begin with, but a mill levy override is another level. So some kind of a sentence to just describe what that is, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, we'll try to do that. And again, we have this, we have the info with our folks who are kind of supporting us in this right now, and they're really good at coming back with good stuff. But how you keep it concise and brief and understandable, but also cover all these points is super challenging. And I'll add one more piece that is part of the complication of school finance, but you know, we collect the mill levies we collect for total program share from our local taxpayers. And that doesn't pay for everything the funding formula tells us we're supposed to get. So then the state backfills that with what's called state share. Some districts have a very low tax base and their local share is like 10, 15%, and the state share makes up the rest. We have a very high local share because we have a large tax base. Before this full phase-in is over, we will hit 100% local share in our total program funding. And if something doesn't change following that, we'll get a benefit, because if we collect in excess of what the formula says, we get to actually keep the money. And that's my hope, is that that continues. There's only a couple of districts that have hit that thus far across the state. So it's kind of new ground. But I think when people, the question that people understandably have a hard time with is, why are my taxes going up by 50% and you are asking me for more money because you're not, you know, you should be getting 50% more money. I wish that were the case. That's all I could say.
And it goes back to the idea of having formula funding imposed by the state, started in the 80s to say, hey, we want to create some equity. We want to figure out what is appropriate funding and backfill districts that can't meet that, as a way of not just making it all local. Unfortunately, what has happened is it also creates a ceiling for our program funding, and for people like us, that when the formula becomes a mechanism for the state to cut their funding, which it's not, I don't believe it should ever be, it creates a ceiling that's hard to overcome.
And a one-size-fits-all funding formula for a state with a level of diversity that Colorado has is just somewhat fundamentally flawed to begin with. So.
There's an expression in the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That comes to mind. Damn, we're in a tight spot.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. I don't know if there's anything else that we can do at this time.
Yep.
But we really appreciate you coming in and walking us through the.
Well, and we really
the nitty-gritty.
appreciate you listening and letting us know what you don't understand. And
Fortunately, John is really good and has a second career as a statistics professor.
after retirement, that's what he's gonna do.
I've been following
No,
this
I can assure
closely,
you that.
but this presentation answered all of my questions that I have. learning.
Good.
And if I reflect on this and like, oh, this piece is what really helped me understand, I'll reach out and let you know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, we will be just trying to keep everyone posted as we move forward. It's a long way between now and November, but we just totally appreciate your understanding and support.
Thank you both. Thank you for your
Thank you.
privilege. Been doing this for many years and you're a rock.
Well, thank you.
John, same story.
Thank you.
Shows how long it takes to understand it.
Truth. All right, commissioners, it is 12:15. We are going to take a break and have lunch and come back.
Do you want to do your employee recognitions before you break?
Are they here for us? Bring them in. Yes, we want to recognize. And then we're gonna have lunch.
So they're all gathered.
Excellent. We're gonna have a party.
We've been running 15 minutes late all day.
Started out 15 minutes late.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There's a Shannon Stone.
Arbiter doesn't say they're gonna call it somebody who needs certified.
All right.
Shannon,
You're welcome.
you guys, can you sit in the seat of honor here at the table?
Oh.
I never.
Well, I'm saying it's, that was, yeah, I'll chat. Be context.
We should scoot over one second.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad that you are here and I really appreciate your patience. We ran over with our very first item this morning by 15 minutes and it's been 15 minutes ever since. So thank you so much for your humoring us while we've gotten through business. We are now here to celebrate. And I know we've got two folks to celebrate. One is Shannon Robinson for 25 years of service to San Miguel County. Thank you. And the other is Star Jameson, who is hiding in the back. But Star, come on up to the microphone because we're going to ask you to say nice things. Or say some things. I want to start, Shannon, with you because you got the seniority. Tell us a little bit about what you've done over the last 25 years.
Oh, wow.
And how's it changed over time?
How has it changed over
Yeah,
time?
what do you do?
Oh, wow, that's a big question. When I first started, we just took referrals from law enforcement. And now, over the years, and Wendy's gotten us in touch with Senate Bill 94. So now we take referrals. They have to come through the DA's office. So that's a big one. It used to just be we would go from law enforcement to juvenile diversion. And now there's a whole process of law enforcement to the DA's office to juvenile diversion and a lot more reporting requirements and technology. Used to just be a paper file. And now we're still, well, Wendy's still helping me out with the technology piece. I'm kind of old school. But that's been probably the biggest change, and just seeing families come in and out and the growth of the communities. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to serve.
Thank you for adapting as
Thank you.
technology and workload increased and became more complex.
Yeah.
Star, I know you are right in front of me. There we go. You've been with us for 5 years. Same question. What's changed over the 5 years that you've been with the county in your role, and maybe tell us what your role is in case folks don't know.
Well, I'm the the Natural Resources and Climate Resilience Director, and that title changed actually. I started off as the Special Projects Director, which then was passed along to Jared, who's changed as well. And so my position changed. I would say that just knowing the county before I came here, that I came in 2021, so after COVID, and I feel like a lot of the change happened in that year, my first year here. And I feel like things have just been settling out maybe a little bit since 2021. And I've seen a lot of different employees come in, come out, and seen, people that have been here for 25 years or more. And it's been a wonderful place to work.
Thank you. Don't use the past tense.
Open
Open the floor. We've got these microphones so folks on the Zoom can also hear your comments. And if anybody would like to speak to Shannon or speak to Star, now's a really good time. Jennifer, would you like to go first?
I'll kick it off. Shannon, I really appreciate working with Shannon all these years. I'm gonna hold this, like Bob Barker. Keep your pet neutered. So working with Shannon has been a joy. I too have been here. We've been here together this whole time. Working more closely, I feel like the last 7-9 years or so. Always a joy, always a smile. The gift that you have for working with youth is super special, and we couldn't do without you, and I really appreciate you. We have this little plaque for you for your 25 years of service, which I'll bring to you. But it just says, has your years of service and your dedication and commitment have made a lasting impact, and that's really true. So I'll kick it off to Wendy. And I don't think you even have to hold it.
Rub it in. Shannon, I came 14 years ago into diversion, and Shannon trained me. So, you are a joy. And I was just saying, you're my emotional cheerleader. Whenever I have something stressful going on, I can call you, and you can call me. And yeah, the kids and the families love you. they always feel like you have positive support. I've never had any complaints about you, not one. So yes.
We don't
she
know
does-
those families.
But yeah, she does an incredible job. The kids really love her. She really shows the families that she really cares, and I couldn't do it without you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you stay for a lot longer, even though you're doing all this great grandma stuff.
Thank you.
And I wish you could see the three young ones that are sitting on laps here. They are absolute angels.
They're pretty good. I hope they're not in the program ever.
It's just preventative services. It'll be fine.
That's right.
So since, of course, our program serves Uray and San Miguel counties, we have, Under Sheriff Tammy Stroop here to say a few words as well from Uray County.
Can everybody hear me okay? So.
The Zoom that
Yes.
the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Well, first of all, Shannon, thank you so much for everything that you do for us. I've been working with Shannon for a very long time, and I know that law enforcement can be very difficult. So,
Not you guys.
well, sometimes we can be, but you've been very patient with us as well, and we cannot say enough about you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And our kids are very lucky to have you, families.
Thank you. And I have to say, the reason I've stuck around so long is because everybody's so great to work with. Like, you guys aren't hard at all. They're awesome. The schools are awesome. And
All right, would anyone else like to say anything? Just want to open it up? Okay,
we're very quiet.
all right, yeah, that's no problem. Well, we'll have lunch here soon and.
I believe what she is. Where is it gonna be ending up in this room? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. With that, let's take a break, and I believe that it's a pizza party. So.
Oh,
welcome. Pizza pie should be coming up the stairs shortly. Shannon and Star, thank you again so very much. We've got Ann Brown sending up virtual.
Yeah, we've been given. Some real applause. Thank you. Thank you.
And we have a small token to your.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, turn around way. All right.
Lance, what time will we be coming back?
1 o'clock, and.
Thanks so much. Congrats to everybody and thank you so, so much. We have such a team.
Thank you.
Yeah, where's mine? Mine got unplugged somehow.
It's good, it's laying for.
I'll see it, Mike.
Thank you.
Jared's gonna,
Beautiful.
look at you.
Fishing bass.
He's wrapped.
No,
There we go.
you're just in the background. I might work.
Like our attention to the next time.
No, you're fine. I just want you to know.
Kathleen, you ready to
Maybe I'll
sprint?
blur it.
We asked some really hard question that only you know the answer.
See, this is the new.
Okay, it's 1:00. I think we're all ready.
Need the juice.
Good.
Everyone feels good? Kathy's just getting dialed in, but I think, are you close?
You like Al
I
Count?
like that, Ann. She's pretty cool.
Missing juice.
And vanished. But I bet she'll come back.
Fell off these Zooms.
Yes.
An unknown error occurred.
We're gonna wait for Commissioner Brown just to see if she pops in, but even if she doesn't, still gonna proceed because you only need 2 commissioners to roll. Let's text Commissioner Brown and just double check that she still wants to party. And let's go ahead and start the recording and we'll
Yeah,
just
we-
jump in while we're.
Lance, do you want to announce the agenda changes that we've tentatively
Sure.
looked at?
We'll
Get
start
us
with that.
back on track.
Get us back on track.
Crap.
We are going to stick with our schedule and start with 11A Kathy Barber, strong start. We're gonna move after that to 11B with Star. And then we're gonna circle back all the way to 8C and 9A, which are manager matters and considering a letter of support. That allows everybody that's here in the room to speak to us on time and allows us commissioners some flexibility in the afternoon. Sound good? Great. Welcome, Kathy Barber. This is the second half of our commissioners meeting, and we're going to open with an update from Strong Start.
Thank you. So my name is Kathy Barber and I am the program coordinator for Strong Start, and Strong Start is a program of Bright Futures. And so I manage our mill levy funding. So I wanted to touch base with everyone about what 2025 looks like and moving into a little bit of, we'll give you a snapshot of 2026 as well. So I just wanted to real quick let you know that, because we were able to get our ballot initiative passed at the end of 2025, we were able to grow that pot of Strong Start funding quite a bit, and I'm very excited about that. So huge thanks to everyone who supported that initiative. And so we were able to distribute more funds than ever before to families, providers, and the childcare workforce in 2025. So really, really excited. I think an important reminder is that childcare doesn't work like any other business that we really are, interacting with on a regular basis. So it's important to remember that tuition costs, even though they are high, still only cover about 50% of what the actual cost of care is. 20 to 25% of budgets are typically made up with fundraisers and grants, and then whatever money they are not able to make is subsidized through the actual childcare workforce, and that's in lower wages and no benefits. So it's important to just kind of set the stage with that and give you some context with why it's so expensive, but still a challenging business. So I'm excited to report that we were able to give out in our capacity building and quality improvement grants in 2025 over $440,000. $125,000 of that is a collaboration with the Telluride Foundation. And that I ran some numbers and realized that $440,000 is the equivalent to a daily rate increase of about $11.50. So if programs across the county didn't get this funding, they would potentially need to increase their rates by almost $12 a day.
So we're excited that 10 centers across the county received funding, and now that has brought our cumulative total since the start of Strong Start to just under $2 million. So it's exciting to see. Our next funding priority is recruit, retain, and train staff in early childhood centers. So we have one program that's called Lift EC. It's lifting incomes for teachers in early childhood. And in 2025, we were able to award out over $182,000 to 46 teachers. That's up from 38 teachers who received this funding the year before. And what I think is really exciting is to be able to compare the teachers who were able to receive Lift EC in previous years to 2025 is a 94% retention rate of those teachers. So that to me is a big success and showing that this Lift EC funding really does help to retain teachers. There is still kind of that revolving door of teachers who don't quite meet the qualifications and don't stay long enough to become qualified to receive these awards because there's some eligibility requirements. So there's kind of that revolving door of teachers who come and go before they're able to tap into this. And that's kind of where we're going to start focusing more of our efforts, is retaining some of those teachers and getting them eligible. Another pot of money that we have is Apex, and that is a path to excellence. And this is a reimbursement program for teachers who are taking continuing ed courses. So in 2025, we had one teacher who completed an early childhood course. We reimbursed that when she successfully completed it. And we have a little bit gone back to the drawing board because this has been probably the most confusing program for teachers and for programs to tap into. So in 2026, we're playing around with moving that into our grant process. So we're going to just collect more data, try it out for a little bit, see if that's more successful. Either way, it's very important for us to support teachers who go back to school again. The last funding priority is tuition assistance for families. So in 2025, 99 children received tuition assistance in San Miguel County. That the number of families served in 2025 increased by 35%. So I'm proud to be able to reach out to more families and collect more families and have them apply. And the award that we gave out was on average $2,700 per child for the school year. Most of the families who receive this tuition assistance are long-term locals. So I'm happy to be able to support that local workforce and families who have called this their community for a long time. So $25,000 of our total was given from the Telluride Foundation through a grant. And we were able to give out just under $268,000. So that brings us to over $1 million in tuition assistance since the start of our program. This year, so just a note, today is the last day to apply for Strong Start tuition assistance. So if anyone has a child who will be in childcare at any point from September 1st of this year through August 31st of next year, today is the day to apply, and you can go to the Bright Futures website to take a look at that. But right now we have more families than we have ever had at the same time in the application process who have applied. So I'm looking forward to next year. And with this increased funding because of this ballot measure passing, we do plan on giving out a significant amount of money next year in tuition assistance. So some ongoing challenges is that, it is expensive to live in San Miguel County. The cost of childcare isn't the only expensive thing. So balancing cost of living, it's tricky for us to retain all of the teachers that we need to be able to expand to full-time care. So 8 out of the 11 programs don't have staff to expand to full-time year-round care. So we do still have some programs that are closed on Fridays. We have some programs that don't offer care during the summer. So at some point, we would like to be able to grow on that, but the retention piece that we're focused on right now has been successful, and I think we can start expanding that to doing some more recruiting. At any given time, at least half of the programs are actively seeking additional staff. Staffing is, of course, the hardest part, I think, of running a childcare. But looking ahead, one big goal of Strong Start is to work collaboratively, and we are continuing to do that. So between working with the Telluride Foundation, working closely with the county through CCAP funding, identifying families who are eligible for UPK. So we, continue to collaborate with as many funding sources as we possibly can, so families can tap in to all of the funding that is available to them. So system level change, we are working closely with the Telluride Foundation. We were able to get a slightly larger grant this year, and that I'm very excited about because that money is going to be spent easily and quickly. And we have monthly meetings with CCAP and UPK and are constantly sending people to fill out applications and tap into that funding. And Strong Start is one program of Bright Futures, and Bright Futures has lots of different programs to do that wraparound care, because we do know that if you need assistance financially, there's also other supports that you would benefit from as a family. So Bright Futures is there for wraparound care. So I think one of our largest goals as a program was to support the workforce in our community. And I think we're kind of doing that in two different ways. So by focusing on teacher workforce and retention, we're working on, we're supporting teachers, and we're also increasing the amount of care that is available and the consistent care that is available so families can return to work. So we have gotten a lot of really great feedback from families about how this support has allowed families to return to work full time, be able to go back to the office instead of working part-time at home and, part-time in the office. So I am very excited to hear some of that feedback from families that this is getting people back to work again. So 2026, we know, was a really challenging winter. And one of the things that I think I'm most proud of is that we were able to shift some of our funding around to meet some of those needs pretty immediately during the winter. So we were able to grow our grant pot by $100,000, and we were able to grow our emergency tuition assistance pot by $100,000. And we needed schools to be able to stay fully functional, and we needed families to be able to continue care even if work slowed down quite a bit. So we worked closely with all programs. They sent information out to every single one of their families, and within maybe 2 weeks, we were able to capture 13 brand new families to the program, and 34 families applied for emergency tuition assistance. So we were able to increase their monthly awards, and the $100,000 disappeared quickly. So we're happy to support families in that immediate way. Yeah.
That was a quick question. You mentioned that in response to the brutal winter, you were able to grow your grant by $100,000 times 2. Can we do that too? How do you do that? Where did that money come from?
So we have funding that was in an unallocated pot of money. And now, so we were able to draw down that unallocated funding that has kind of grown over time.
So that's not the reserves.
It is not the reserves.
Rainy day.
Correct.
Excellent.
Yep. And it was a rainy day, or not a snowy day at all. So, yep. So we were actually able to fully fund all capacity building requests in 2026, but that's next year's information. But it is very exciting to be able to fully fund all of the requests. And so that funding was much needed and has already been used to help families and help schools to stay open. So this is a lot of text right now, but these are some quotes that families have been able to share with us if you want to take a peek at that. But I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think you're lucky in that both Kalina and I have been close or are close to this, so we probably followed pretty well. Kalina, is there any?
Nearly a year in, I'm following it as well. I was the lost girl there for a while. Yeah, but I actually missed our ECAP meeting yesterday because I had another last minute really important event. And so this is a really great update. And I'm just receiving some of this information.
Oh, good.
For the first time, or presented in a very polished way. But no, I don't have any initial questions. It's great to hear this gleaning news, and we've had a lot of discussion today around the impact and burden of property taxes and the increases, and just to see this direct correlation to some of, to mill levies and how they are really helping hold up our communities is really big. It's nice to hear. I hope the public is also cluing in on this really good work that's happening to support our workforce, support our families, and to prop up early childhood throughout the county. It's so important. And thank you for managing it all. It's been a very challenging year.
My pleasure. I love doing it.
Commissioner Brown, do you have any questions or thoughts?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Kathy. This really helpful and succinct and clear. Thanks so much. And also for running this really important program. I'm having like really mixed emotions here. I'm so pleased to hear how much of the need that you are able to meet, or I'll say we as the county, given that so much of this money comes right from the taxpayers. And at the same time, it's just so tough to hear how high the need is. I mean, you mentioned that we have more families enrolled in the program than ever before. And at the same time, we're hearing from the schools about declining birth rates or, numbers of young people in the community. So that just, really hits my heart to realize how hard it is for families to be here. So anyway, really happy that you're there for them and we're there for them, but really sad that the need is so great. I did have 3 different questions, and I'll just shoot them off and you can tell me, answer them as you will. I'm really curious about this Lift EC program, and the fact that you were so successful in retaining those teachers. 96% retention rate for those for whom, you provided that subsidy. And you mentioned that you were going to try to work on it with newer teachers, that there was like a threshold they had to meet before they could qualify. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. And then I'm also curious to know, do we have wait lists in our community for daycare or childcare spots? And then the third question is, I know we've struggled over the years with infant childcare, having like 0 spots or 3 spots in the county or something. And I'm wondering where we sit with that, if you know. And these may be bright futures questions rather than strong start questions. So I don't need them answered today if that's if you don't have the info.
Sure. So I'll start with Lift EC. So qualifications are family or teachers need to work at a licensed childcare center in San Miguel County for at least 6 months. They need to have a professional credential of at least a 1, and they need to work on average weekly 15 hours. If they're not working full-time, we prorate those awards. So what we are really trying to capture now, and before it was, if you were eligible, please apply. Now we're saying we want everyone to apply so that we can understand better why they're not eligible. So we just want to start working with the programs to show that, I'm really hoping that programs are using this as a retention tool, because as you increase your credential level, you receive a larger award, and they are significant awards. So, we're really happy to see that right now we have the most number of teachers receiving an award, and those teachers are increasing their credentials in order to tap into a larger award, which just helps everyone, across the board, because they're higher quality teachers in the classroom as well. So yeah,
terrific. That sounds really good. And those thresholds don't seem particularly high. So I could see them being very encouraging for retention. This is great.
Yep, I'm excited about it. And then, so wait lists, I'm not positive. So because the tuition assistance application is open right now, in the next couple of weeks, I'll start reaching out to all of the programs, just, confirming and verifying the families who have applied for their programs. And then I'll have a better understanding of what those wait lists look like. So right now I'm not positive. And then infant care, that is still a really tricky situation. We are currently looking for someone who will take over the Sunnyside Family Child Care Home. So that will be closing at the end of this month, and there's some kind of shifts with directors right now. So, Kale will be taking over at a different school. So we are looking right now for someone to open up a family child care home in Sunnyside, and that will help keep that infant care and toddler care available in San Miguel County.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kathy, I think that you were so clear and so concise that you answered all our questions before we even had them.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. Keep up the good work. I know that you have always more need than you have money, but it's great to know that you've got a little more money and that you're using it to such benefit.
Thanks.
Thank you all so much for the work you do, and thanks for coming and sharing it with us today.
My pleasure. I'm excited already for 2026.
Bring it.
Okay, see you guys later. Thanks.
I'll start, and friends from Equal Action Partners, if you just want to all come up and grab a microphone, we will move right into our next discussion, which is a letter from there's an update on the Green Grant Program and a funding request. Star Jameson is going to start us off, and we'll all figure it out. Welcome, Star. You need a second to get your computer going?
Yeah,
pretty good.
Share.
Hello, how's it going?
Hi, Emma.
How are you?
Happy to see you.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Green grants, yay.
It's a fun one.
Popular. And fun.
All right.
So I am back again this spring to request funding for the Green Grant Program. And hopefully this will just be a review from last year. Some of the past projects and ideas for the Green Grants Program, energy efficient water heaters, snow melt automation systems, community compost projects, door replacements, window replacements, boiler replacements, heat pumps, airflow and pressure testing equipment. Were there any other new things?
We did have solar this year, not in the county, but in the town, just within the county. So not county, but some solar, lots of heat pumps actually in the county, which is exciting. Also, additional applications that weren't funded though for like agricultural kind of local food generation programs that were actually funneled towards other funding opportunities.
A couple EV vehicle and infrastructure projects.
Like home
yeah.
EV charger.
Were those funded?
That was actually
That
Hyde
one,
County.
yeah, the home EV charger was outside of San Miguel County, but we had a vehicle project for the food.
Yes, for the
foundation.
Food Foundation. Yeah.
That was funded. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So the overview of the 2025-2026, you can see that San Miguel County gave the 100,000, 23,256 was given by the Telluride Foundation. 21 applicants, 14 grants were fully or partially awarded. 5 awardees were from households making under 75,000.
The additional awardees were from households making under 150,000. 2 awards were previous care recipients under 80% AMI. 5 awardees were from Norwood. And to date, we have 1 completion of a Green Grants project, and you can see the new windows that have been replaced here at the bottom.
Proactive town employees.
Here's also the letter to the editor for a thank you to both Eco Action Partners and the county. And although this isn't a requirement that the financial need is the ultimate decision, I think we, as we move forward with the process and the volunteers that were helping, we all sort of decided that financial was such a large piece of this puzzle that we should primarily focus on a financial need for the community. So Eco Action Partners has proposed to administer the Green Grants program again. And I just have the breakdown here of the numbers. And I just want to include the fact of how much time that I know that Siobhan spent with the applicants. She made everyone's experience personalized and just would answer the phone and talk to people, and she helped a few people like line by line on their application. So she did spend a lot of time on this program and with the individuals. So here is our REMP fund, the current project balance sheet. To be noted, we have quite the increase this year. From last year's 160,000, where we gave 150, along with the 10,000 to administer the program. I will go forward here. So just looking at discussing the increase to applicants here, the total grant request was 307,480. The grant funding that was available that was with the Telluride Foundation was 124,504. So the community need is 65% more than what is available to the applicants as of the 2025 and 2026 project. If we raised it to $150,000, this is a 50% coverage of our past funding requests. And if it allows us to continue the program, if the energy fund does not increase as it has this year, because we can't anticipate what that budget's going to be for the following. Additionally, that the 11 applicants out of the 14 that were awarded, they took a partial award. So they were able to fund their project and just needed the smaller assistance. Therefore, I think it's possible that we could have more money for them, but also we could have the same amount of applicants and award the same amount of applicants and possibly give them more money. So ultimately, the recommendation is to increase it to 150,000, continue to pay the 10,000 to Eco Action Partners to administer the program, and all this money will be paid through the REMP fund.
Thank you, Star.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about this proposal in front of us?
No, I don't have any questions per se. I did want to point out some points that were outlined in the memo, just really to give props in the way Eco Action has been administering this program. There are some examples of outreach to applicants who maybe had issues navigating the technology or the application process, and I just really appreciated seeing the length that you went to help people get their applications in across the county. And I'm just really pleased with the way that this has rolled out this first year and the response from the community and the large requests that were not able to be fully met. I also really appreciated how creative and nimble the partial awards were navigated, right? And that was some creative thinking to still deliver and have some impacts. People were able to see through their requests with partial awards, and that was a really creative way to navigate that, to make the money go further. Really.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown, do you have any other questions or thoughts, or would you care to make a motion?
Just a question about the timing of this.
Out of the general budget, this would come out of the energy impact funds. But how this works is that the applications come in 2026. So the applications will be open June, probably June, and then they will close in November and then start to review in December and then award at the 1st of January. So it kind of is split in our fiscal year essentially, that we pay, for instance, Eco Action Partners for their application process and how they administer it. In, I think, the 4th quarter, we will pay them out of 2026 for the work that they do on the program. The reason why it's like this is that most people will complete their projects at the end of the summer. And so they're awarded in January, complete end of project, summer, fall, due to construction season. And then they're reimbursed after they have completed their projects. And so that's why we're a year ahead in giving the money or awarding the grants a year in advance, so they have the summer to complete the projects.
That's great. That's wonderful. And then my other question is, you mentioned something about focusing on people with the greatest financial need. And I apologize if you've said this before, but do we have some kind of a percent AMI requirement, or can pretty much anybody apply?
There isn't a percent AMI. When Mike and I talked about doing this outside of the Green Grants program, we were talking about how difficult that would be to gather people's income and to gather all the documentation to understand, you know, as they do with housing and such. That's a big load to take on to check in on financial. But we do ask those questions in the applications, and then we were able to look at that. And I also wanted to say, with also Eco Action Partners, there was a group of volunteers who did this and helped make these decisions, and you know, and met to award these grants and then come up with these creative solutions and such to get the most money out. But yeah, it's no AMI, but we did off the honor system look at what they had included in their application for what they made.
That seems appropriate. Thanks, Star. And thank you too for your service on that committee. I know it's just another thing we've added to your plate of responsibilities. Those are all my questions.
Commissioner Gleason.
Yeah, moving forward, how is that gonna operate? Will this committee won't stay in place, right? What is that?
Well, ideally we would have, so were we to get additional funds and have an additional year, ideally we would reach out to the same folks. I thought they did a really terrific job. Were really dedicated and curious and want to do the best they could. So we'll reach out to them. If they're not available, we'll come to commissioners possibly for recommendations for other folks to serve on that volunteer committee. And then in terms of the AMI, I think it works well as it is. And I also want to just point out that this really is a grant that can catch folks who are above, like the CARE program, for example, but still can't afford $12,000 for a heat pump.
Right, and I got some peace of mind just looking at the breakdown of applicants by income, and it was over 50% who applied that were a household made under $100,000 a year. So that pie chart seemed like it was addressing lower and medium income residents more so.
Definitely.
Yeah, good. There was a healthy distribution there.
And I'd just like also to let you know that we will try to leverage, county funding. We are constantly looking for philanthropic and other sources of funding. And so whatever you put in is always really helpful to say, hey, we've got this X amount of need. Can we count on you also to chip in? So we'll continue to look for additional funding sources.
Siobhan, one suggestion, when you mentioned if you did have to replace any of the panel, the decision-making panel, while you're welcome to come to the commissioners for suggestions, and I think we'd be happy to do our best. Also, as a board member, if you are departing, it can be requested that you make 1 or 2 suggestions for replacing your seat. And that might be a kind of homegrown way to continue to get people that have the similar interests and the similar skill sets, and rely on your existing board for one last favor before they have to step down.
That's a great idea. Yeah. And our biggest priority with that group is to make sure that there's representation from the different communities throughout San Miguel County, so that we had those different voices at the table. So we just want to make sure that, each community is represented.
Ask each existing member to
Yep.
recommend it.
Someone in their town.
And,
Yeah.
I'm very much a supporter. I've been engaged in this at some level for quite a while, and I'm delighted that it's working. I'd entertain a motion.
Yeah, I move to approve the increasing the Green Grants contract to $150,000 for applicants. And Eco Action Partners will receive $10,000 from the REMP funds to administer the program.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. And Star, before you go, we didn't get a chance to really sing the praises like we wanted to, because Shannon had the 25 years and she had all of it possible with her. So we wanted to just take a minute here at the end of our conversation to thank you for jumping in 5 years ago and figuring out what needed to be done and just making it happen. Every time that we task you with the project, you'd say, okay, and then time would pass and it would be done, and you come back and we task you with 3 more and you'd say, okay. And you just haven't ever cracked. And we felt you sometimes unbearably. What's the right word when you pore over federal documents and come up with succinct and clear responses to these really dense, difficult Forest Service and BLM management plan questions and Gunnison sage-grouse questions and access questions. You're really great at what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to add that the county has always wanted to be known as a leader in climate action. It is one of our top 3 focus areas. And after the position was created back in 2015 or 2017, and Lynn Padgett left, you inherited some enormous projects that were still really nasty and not finished up, like our energy performance contracting project and our solar project or composting. Today on the consent agenda, we saw 2 additional electric vehicles that we were able to purchase because you got a significant size grant to offset one of those fully for us. And the EV chargers are now installed at all of our facilities. When you started, the position was originally called Government Affairs and Natural Resources. We didn't think that we would be able to find a unicorn that would be able to handle the government side as well as the project side, as well as be receptive to the direction of when to focus and when to go broad and when to pass. And to Commissioner Waring's point, you kept those tears on the inside. But then we went ahead and as we saw your skill set and your title evolve to where it is now in natural resources and climate resiliency, and the website tells a great story of all the things that you have done and are continuing to do. And I was shocked at your response that this is the longest position you have held. And I think it speaks to how much you believe in what you do and how much You are a part of our county team and family. So thank you for all that you do and for sticking with this and becoming the director that you are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also just have to say that your parents totally nailed your name. And I wonder if your middle name is Steadfast because you are so steadfast. And I came into office with so many ideas and ambitions and really no idea how to truly accomplish them. And you have been so just crucial to helping me navigate and understanding what grants might be available and you know the path forward and you just never drop the ball. And even today over lunch, you just reminded me, oh, the Safe Streets for All grant is open and the deadline is coming up and I'm on it. And I appreciate the work you do so much. And our entire region is a better, healthier place to live because of the work you're doing. And I just thank you so much. You're a star.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I know this position is unique and I don't do it alone. I do it with organizations. I'm a one-person team here, but I do it with our staff who are amazing and hardworking, very hardworking the entire time. And all the organizations do so much. I have a degree in environmental management and natural resource management, and I never thought I would find a job that would allow them both to come together. And it's been such a treat. And my brain space is consumed every single day, and I love it. I love the challenge, and I love completing the goals that you all have. And I'm so appreciative that you've made these goals your priority to allow me to be here to work for you all. So thank you.
Wow, let's just end the meeting now. All right, we've got a motion, we've got a vote. We are ready for Green Grants to continue. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
All right, commissioners, we're gonna leap back in time to 11:20 in the morning. And we are going to consider a letter of support for the year 2026 Town of Telluride and Town of Mountain Village, Colorado Safe Streets and Roads for All Implementation Grant. Mike Bordonia is going to present for us because he's in the know and our Mountain Village rep couldn't join us.
Excellent. Thanks, commissioners. So in your packet, you have a draft letter of support. This is a federal grant that is being sought by the towns of Telluride and Mountain Village. And this was requested by Darren Graber at the town of Telluride. And they're applying for this grant for both a project in the Meadows Underpass over near Lawson Hill, as well as one from and that project is being overseen by the town of Mountain Village. The county had previously pledged $250,000 as grant match if they were able to secure all the remaining funding. That has, I think that's over 2 years ago now that pledge had been made. And we're still waiting because it is a very large cost project, but will increase the safety of commuters and recreationists. The new other underpass is from the school and between the school and Clark's and a redesign of the bus stop there. And if anybody has ever commuted into the town of Telluride while school is in session, you know that it is, it's thankful that we have a crossing guard that is always paying attention, but on the days when they're not there, it is nerve-wracking to say the least. And this would be another incredible safety improvement. So the town is not asking for any money from the county for this, just this letter of support. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have, but I think this is a pretty easy one to support, in my opinion.
Commissioners, any questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to support a letter, I move to approve a letter of support for the year 2026 Town of Telluride and Town of Mountain Village, Colorado Safe Streets and Roads for All Implementation Grant Application.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well, unanimous support for support. We'll move on to item 9, manager matters. And another
Excellent.
9A is
Yes.
a consideration of $100 gift card for each employee or volunteer who works at the Norwood Spring Cleanup on Saturday, May 16th from 9 to 3.
And I think my anticipation was that this could be applicable for both the Telluride and Norwood cleanups. These events are upcoming here this weekend, so starting on Friday. And so time is somewhat of the essence. And last week we had very, very few volunteers, and it was going to be an incredibly heavy burden on the few existing county employee staff members that had signed up to volunteer. I threw out the idea to some of our staff internally, knowing that in our civic and community donations that we do annually, we always hold back a specific amount for mid-year donation requests that we may receive, even though we discourage those. And my thought was, if there was somebody that was not working on the clock time, which some of our employees may be working as a part of the regular hours, and so they're being paid. I'm not suggesting that we give them gift cards as well. I'm talking about for true volunteers, somebody that is giving up, whether it be a county employee or a community member. The estimate is that we would need no more than 10 of these, and my suggestion was $100 each, or $1,000 total maximum impact from that line item that remains in the county budget. So it's a simple idea, but just to try and say thank you, and also to set maybe a level of expectation when they are volunteering that, you know, they're going to be there for the entirety of that time. And in exchange, we would give them something to thank them for with it. Thank them with it for.
Mike, can you remind us how much we set aside?
10,000.
10,000, thank you. Commissioners, it sounds like Mike is asking us to say thank you, which I've been brought up to do. And I am willing to spend $1,000, up to $1,000, in order to show those folks that are kind of putting their time into their community, and also to support the folks that have already signed up on county staff that otherwise are going to have a really heavy day. It's kind of a two-pronged thinking going on for me. Does that resonate with you, Commissioner Gleason?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And we're approving this for the folks that are showing up on Friday as well,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
That are outside of their work hours. Yeah, I really support that.
Mhm.
And it's appreciated that staff are willing to show up and volunteer their time for this really important service to the community.
And just to be
I'd like to
clear,
say thank you.
any community member that were to donate
Right.
their time for that entirety, I kind of the simple criteria created in my head was that this would not be applicable if an employee, as I already said, was already being paid through the county, or if it was a part of community service hours that they were required to complete. This is for the quote unquote true volunteer, somebody that is otherwise just donating their goodwill.
Commissioner Brown, I see your head nodding on a very small screen. Does that indicate your approval?
Absolutely. I just wanted to clarify, Mike, you had said up to $2,000, correct?
That was the original thought, and then when I spoke with Carmen, we thought that the number of applicable volunteers would be in the order of 10 or less. So that's why I reduced the ask from 2,000 to 1,000 max.
Okay, great. I'm ready to make a motion. I love this idea.
Please do.
I move that we provide a $100 gift card for each employee or volunteer who works at the Telluride or Norwood Spring Cleanup on Saturday, May 16th, 2026, for the full number of hours from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., up to a total of $1,000.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well. Thank you, Mike, for bringing that to our attention.
Thank
What
you.
other manager matters should we?
Sure,
No.
just a few brief updates. Last week, I joined the Personnel Committee and they brought forth a request that we will be discussing further about the eligibility for January 1st raises. So currently, if an employee was hired after July 1st, they are ineligible to receive a raise on January 1st. The effect of this is that we often have folks that are hired in July and August, and they are then waiting about a year and a half before they're eligible for any raise. And this was based on the duration of the probationary period. We just discussed the logistics with finance. And so we're going to be revising, they will be working on a revised proposal, but essentially the ask is that we make it eligible for folks that are hired before October 1st. That could be eligible for a wage increase. I know in some of our newer staff, I've heard it directly and personally that has been a hardship for them and been a point of contention. But I wanted to just give you a heads up. That was one of the main things that we discussed at that personnel committee meeting. Obviously, we were all at the intergovernmental meeting online, and it was unfortunate that we didn't get the time that we thought we were going to discuss the new wildfire one-stop shop website that Heather, Shannon, and Star have worked so diligently on. But I know that Star emailed it out to all the participants, so at least they have that information before them. And I'm guessing Commissioner Gleason may talk more about that discussion, but I think we heard a lot of valid concerns from local jurisdictions as well as neighboring jurisdictions on how large projects within our county are affecting them in some concerning ways. Tomorrow, there is a significant planning commission meeting that I will let Jared speak to. There's also the multi-agency and local emergency planning commission meeting happening at that same time. Next week, we will have a regular meeting on the 20th. At that meeting, I anticipate we'll be meeting with Elaine Demas of the Telluride Foundation concerning a request on our down payment assistance program. The county had previously pledged via an MOU that we signed in March of 2025 to contribute $200,000 to this pilot project that the foundation has for a shared equity down payment assistance program. And from the data we've received, it's been very successful, and those funds have all gone to eligible participants, and they would like to revisit what had been their original ask of an additional $100,000. We'll also be meeting the following week in Placerville on the 27th. I already shared that we've ordered our 2 new EV trucks, both of which have a range of over 480 miles, which is a game changer as it pertains to, you know, whether it's our road staff or building folks that are going way out into the reaches of our county. Knowing that they have a 4-wheel drive vehicle that has that level of range is pretty exciting and will enable them to be used throughout the county more consistently. I have a question for you regarding the 5x5 Southwest Counties meeting in Dove Creek on Monday at 1 p.m. I was just curious, there is no agenda for that meeting, but who is planning to go, and do we have any anticipation of how long that meeting will last?
I am not available. I've heard both Commissioners Gleason and Brown mention their interest.
Okay.
I don't know where they sit currently, and I haven't seen the agenda either. Usually
There
it's
is no
been
agenda.
an hour and a half, 2 hours max.
Yeah, it's planned to be from 1 to 3 p.m.
Okay.
I am planning on attending. I don't have any travel plans yet.
Okay. I am available to go if it only goes to 3. I do need to get back here by around 5:30. So, and I'm happy to drive a county vehicle and take you. And if Commissioner Brown wants to join us, she's obviously welcome to.
I will be attending as well, and I would love to carpool.
Great. So we'll just need to make sure that that's listed on our outside meetings calendar. And that's all I have for you, I think.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank
Think of anything else?
Yeah, we'll do.
We'll open up.
And I
some
know
time.
Jared has a few things to add on.
Mr. Biggs.
The only couple things I wanted to mention, we do, it will be past next week's meeting, but we do have all staff training next week on
21st.
Thursday, all day in Norwood. And so we're looking forward to that kind of biannual get together where we get to go over some training topics, have good conversation about, just continuing improvement of our understanding and our abilities as county staff. Additionally, Mike mentioned we've got planning commission meeting tomorrow, and that agenda includes a number of items. Most notably, probably the accelerated housing review item has caught a lot of attention of late. Hope we can explain exactly how that works a little more effectively and have a good conversation with the planning commission about that. And we've got just a substantial PUD amendment as well on that agenda. So that'll be a good time tomorrow. And then finally, let's see, I just wanted to mention, you guys have already mentioned it, spring cleanup is this Friday, Saturday. And there is a really robust list of things that will be accepted for spring cleanup on Eco Action Partners website. I know Megan's done a really great job of getting the information out through all of our social media channels on our website. Otherwise, this has just been an event. I know I have a box full of stuff at my house waiting for this day to come. I'm trying to figure out if bear spray is acceptable because I think it's a little cold.
We could always try it.
I could always just pop the cork, but anyway, I want the whole community to be aware. I think there's a lot of channels out there, and I know you as a commissioner are aware, but I'm saying it from the mountaintops because it is a very successful event every year, and huge thanks to our public health staff who help bring that together. So.
William Perkins, did you catch that? That's a potential headline.
Jared,
Anything else?
with bear spray.
No. Anything else, Jared?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions, commissioners? All right, thumbs up. Flying through the Zoom screen. Thanks, Ellen. We are now going to we are going to jump to attorney matters, and Maura Boylan is with us. We have 2 items listed. One is discussion of the request for a legal interpretation from the Telluride Airport Authority. Should we start with
Before
that
we
one, Maura?
jump into that one,
Mhm.
I asked Nancy to come down because there's one thing we would like some direction on
Okay.
from the board. Property tax protests are happening now. This is my first off year. My understanding is they're usually pretty slim in the off years, but maybe not this year.
Yeah.
I don't know do you want to give a rundown of the numbers from Sarah, and then what we want direction on is, do you all want to hear these, or do you want us to retain the hearing examiner? And maybe the numbers estimate will help you think through that.
Let's hear those numbers.
So we're at the first level of protest. We have 26, Sarah said so far, but we still have a good month before they can turn those in, so it could likely be double.
Commissioners, can I interject based on experience without even hearing those numbers? We made the decision, I think before both of you were on the board, to employ a hearing officer, mostly to avoid having us in a position of making layman's decisions on sometimes very technical questions, but also because of the time required to make those decisions, and it was very successful. I would urge us to continue that, and based on what Nancy just said, I'd urge us even more strongly.
So just to clarify them too, so we're looking at maybe 50 or 60 first level protests. But the assessor will review those and give a notice of determination. Some of those may be stipulated or adjusted. So it's generally about 10% of that final number. So if we're guessing 50 or 60, we're actually probably only going to have maybe 6.
Great, I hold to my comments, but I
Okay.
reduce the urgency.
Fair enough, but that still is a couple hours worth of your time. They're 20-minute hearings, and like you said, the knowledge.
Yeah, the layman's interpretation is, you got me there.
Okay.
I
Commissioner
think that
Brown,
it's
are
a
you
very
comfortable
wise
with
choice.
continuing our hiring a hearing officer for these first level? Thank you. Thumbs up. Nancy, that's the intent of the board.
Okay, I'll make arrangements.
Appreciate
Sounds
you.
good. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm ready for
All right.
13A.
Yes.
So this is, I'll summarize this. Commissioner Brown might have some context to add. So I received this letter from the attorney for the Telluride Airport Authority. The letter's in the packet. Requesting a legal interpretation of the county and the 2 towns. As to the eligibility requirements in state statute for airport authority board members. And I think it's a relatively straightforward question, but I wanted to get some direction from the board, given it's a little bit of a unusual request. I work at your direction, not another body's. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on, do you want me to engage in this process? Do you want me to coordinate with the 2 towns as is requested by the airport authority? And then do you all want to review and sign off? If the answer to the first 2 is yes, I guess, do you want to review and sign off on that interpretation? Or are you comfortable delegating to me to make that interpretation on behalf of the county? And that would presumably influence how we appoint airport board authority members going forward.
Commissioner Brown, I know that you are close to this. Would you care to speak?
I would. Thank you so much. Thanks, Maura. You've captured exactly what the ask was. It is actually, I'm happy to hear Maura thinks it's pretty straightforward, because the board of at the airport, we weren't so sure. Our bylaws at the airport authority say that an appointee, which is made 3 by the town of Telluride, 3 by the town of Mountain Village, 3 by the county, and then each an alternate, that those appointments are made by those jurisdictions. Our bylaws say that an appointee can either reside in or own property in one of those jurisdictions. It's the state statute has changed since our bylaws were written. And we are no longer in compliance with state statute. If we ever were, it's unclear. We have all new people right now. But we are looking for an interpretation of some nuances of the new statute, because we would like for all 3 jurisdictions to apply that statute uniformly. And since the jurisdictions are the ones making the application, we feel it's important that they make that reading of the statute. It's possible that they won't be able to come to a consensus, in which case we'll have to figure out how to move forward. But our desire would be for the 3 jurisdictions to come up with a common understanding of how to apply that statute and agree to apply it in that uniform way.
Thank you. I understand the benefits of uniformity. Commissioner Police, do you have a sense of how you would like to direct Maura to proceed? If not, I'll take a crack at it and you can respond.
Take a crack at it. I mean, I'm hearing what Commissioner Brown just said gave some important context. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
My initial thought is, Maura, I would trust your judgment. I don't need to review your legal opinion and quibble with it. I'm sure that you'll share whatever opinion you do come up with. So I don't need another meeting to discuss your findings. I also heard Commissioner Brown say that the airport authority would prefer to have unanimity amongst the various entities that comprise the board, and I'd like to honor that with an effort by sharing your finding with the other two towns, perhaps in an in-person meeting, so that if it turns out that there are different interpretations, you might be able to persuade each other and come to agreement. And if not, I hope this doesn't become an issue that requires further legal wrangling, but just we can agree to disagree, and if worst case, each entity has a slightly different interpretation, so be it, but not ideal.
How does that land, Maura?
Perfect for me. Oh, sorry.
I'm just curious, process wise.
Yeah, I'm happy to reach out to the two town attorneys and see if maybe one of them has the resources to take a first step. Great. I'm happy to also do that. I don't think it will be a huge lift, but.
Okay, the way that you framed it, if it's a fairly simple legal question, put me on the track of sounds easy, but if it ain't easy,
How do you interpret commas and
yeah, always
adding them later?
comments. Why don't we do this? Let's follow your idea and see if either of the other two have the bandwidth to do it first, and if not, I'll ask you to buck up with a rough draft anyways for a response and see if we can work together and get it done quickly and easily.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking that on, Maura.
No problem.
And even if we don't end up with a consolidated or common view, I think to have a record of how each jurisdiction plans to make their appointments, so there's no gray area going forward as there currently is, that would be a big step in the right direction too.
Excellent. All right, that was item 13A. Done and dusted. Moving on to an executive session under 401-26-4E, which is a consultation with attorneys to determine negotiation strategies.
You combine 4B and 4E. 4E is the latter. It's to instruct negotiator and
yes,
provide direction on negotiating
thank
strategies.
you. I'm gonna get that tattooed. That's what we're gonna go into exec session for. At the end of the executive session, I will come out and report. We will not make any decisions, but we will be continuing our meeting with commissioner updates after this executive session. So we'll be putting a few folks in the waiting room and doing some shuffle, some wizardry, and then we'll be back. And I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I can do that.
I said that one to Ev is what? I said, don't blame me, blame Jared. He's like, Jared?
We're gonna end up having a little bit of with
Energy from,
yeah, because
some money hasn't come in where she wants it to.
no, there's plenty of money to cover, but the way they're budgeting, they just asked us for $150,000 ostensibly for next year.
Correct.
Right. But I think Eco Action's gonna come for their piece this year.
And we only have 5 in the budget for that.
I just forgot to turn off my computer upstairs, so
What's that?
you can boot me out.
Sorry.
They can hear me. I'm just talking about technical budget rules.
No, you do need to join. No, because Anne. She won't be able to hear you.
Downtown and
Right,
around.
if we don't jump in as a room. We can't share light in the room, right?
Correct.
executive session.
Do it again.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss the Mill Creek Affordable Housing update and to determine negotiating strategies under 4E.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm on repeat.
You're gonna start singing?
It's EDM. Okay, we now go into the breakout room. We've got a vote.
Yes.
Okay. I need an invite, I'm sorry. I have to click on it. Nope.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. I'm standing by.
I'm gonna have a great grasp of right now. It's not easy.
Here we go.
Practice makes perfect.
Yes.
And I'll get the hang of this thing one day.
All right, here we go. Plan. Here. Plans, Mike.
Apologize for forgetting this really important stuff. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience while we were in executive session. We only discussed the matter at hand and we gave our staff direction for negotiation strategies. We will now go to commissioner updates and then we will adjourn. And commissioner updates are back a page, but they're number 12, I believe. If I may, commissioners, can I go first so that I can slip away? Okay, thank you. I don't have much to report. I can check my notebook. I don't think I have had any critical outside meetings that need an update. I've had a couple business as usual update, unworthy meetings. And everything is going pretty smoothly in District 2.
Great.
Commissioner Brown or Gleason, would you care to go next?
Sure, I'll go. On the 7th, I attended the first Norwood Food Security Committee meeting, which is a subcommittee of the Fresh Foundation. And this committee will be honing in on the Fresh Foundation food security programming, which, as a reminder, includes the Norwood Food Pantry, the Norwood Senior Lunch Program, the Lone Cone Library Kids Hot Lunch, the Community Garden Pantry Plot, and the Backpack Program through the school. It was, just identifying priorities among all of that programming and how this committee might help support and move those programs along. And one really, call to action is that we discussed the need to identify gaps and overlaps in food pantry services and client crossover across the region, i.e. the West End Family Link. They're open 4 days a week. They serve a pretty significant portion of not significant portion, but they definitely serve San Miguel County residents. There's quite a bit of crossover there. And outside of the obvious like flexibility and availability of hours there, we just want to kind of hone in on what is triggering client crossover. Why are people visiting different food pantries, and just trying to get a better understanding of that so that each pantry can better serve their clientele. So that we're going to work on developing this survey and circulate it to the Telluride Food Bank, West End Family Link, the Ouray County Food Bank, and then of course the Norwood Food Pantry. And then on the heels of that, yesterday I attended the Food Security Summit hosted by Telluride Foundation. This was facilitated by the Food Bank of the Rockies. And it was attended by organizations from the region, all the food banks that I just mentioned, as well as Tri-County Health, UMC, Wilkinson Public Library, CSU Extension, and Wild Gals Market in Matarita. And the purpose of this summit was to really just build a shared understanding of each organization's strengths and needs and identify opportunities for collaboration and resource sharing. And that is exactly what happened. It was a wonderful summit. It could have been 4 hours instead of 2 hours. There was so much resource sharing and collaboration going on, and a lot of aha moments as to what different organizations and institutions and businesses are doing to support food security. And so much cross collaboration happened. It was wonderful. Some apparent gaps that surfaced, really common themes among everyone were transportation barriers, building trust with our Spanish-speaking community to better serve that population, access to fresh food, outreach limitations, volunteer and staff shortages, and funding limitations. But there's some really natural networking that emerged, and a strong interest in holding more frequent summits to continue building on these connections. It was great. And then the intergovernmental meeting this past Monday
which was hosted by the town of Norwood. Let's see, there are some great presentations by first Tri-County Health Network on, and I've got to pull up my notes here. I'll start in reverse. And I addressed the regional collaboration around large projects, which was prompted by our Tri-County Commissioner Roundtable meeting in Ouray County, as well as the ongoing 10 months plus of engagement with the Four Seasons workforce housing pressures, and have kind of come to the conclusion that looking forward at large projects that originate in San Miguel County, it seems a natural step to shift the way that we as local governments are approving large scale developments and posing questions to the applicant as to where they're going to be sourcing their workforce, where they'll be housing, and will this affect our neighboring communities? And so I presented some potential solutions and some steps that I'm hoping to see San Miguel County take in addressing our permit application process, and then most importantly, outreach to our neighboring communities and referrals. The communities of Ridgeway, Natarita, Nucla were present at this IG meeting, as well as representatives from Ouray and Montrose County. They all had an opportunity to speak to the issue and present some ideas and potential solutions. I think one of the most kind of proactive solutions that was put forth was by Ouray County Commissioner Jake Neese about the potentiality of a working group to hone in on processes and whether jurisdictions are willing or unwilling to amend their processes to think about how regional collaboration and coordination could improve. So there were some bright points I felt like in paths forward. And that working group, I've followed up with representatives from the town of Telluride as well as town of Mountain Village in ways that they can participate in that working group. And Commissioner Neese and I are going to combine efforts to establish that working group and start to move these conversations forward. Bear with me. Commissioner Brown, would you be willing to give a quick update on the behavioral health presentations from the IG meeting?
Yes, I certainly would.
Great. That's all I have to report. So I'm going to hand the mic to you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your really quick follow-up on that work group for the mega projects, Galena. I definitely think that's the appropriate next step, and I really appreciate you already jumping on that. So thank you. So we started off the IG meeting with presentations from two different representatives from Tri-County. One was presenting results of a survey that was conducted among like 862 residents of San Miguel County and West Montrose County, kind of a community health assessment. And we got back some not so great results in terms of the stress that people are under, the financial strain they're under, the housing insecurity, food insecurity, all of that. We really are not making headway in those areas yet. It's possible that some of the sort of disappointing metrics were the result of the survey being conducted during and soon after the mountain closure. So it's something we'll pay close attention to when we, collect the next round of surveys in 2 years. But we are really fortunate to have the support of the Cats Amsterdam Foundation, which works in a lot of mountain resorts on behavioral health, and they pay for that survey, which is really helpful for us in terms of measuring what is needed in our community. The second survey that was presented was by Dawn Katz, also at Tri-County, but specifically the head of Communities That Care. And it was about the 2025 Healthy Kids Colorado survey, which was conducted at the Telluride School District. And there were some fine results of that. We have a lot of sort of strong protective factors in our community, primarily that kids have a lot of engagement in outside activities and that they have a lot of adult support, trusted adults. There is some bullying continuing to go on, particularly we've seen of LGBTQ plus students. That's concerning. And a really sticky number for us is alcohol consumption and availability and kind of acceptance around alcohol. Although we saw some improvement in vaping and marijuana data, so that was good. So yeah, those were two, I think, important presentations for all of the elected officials and staff to hear about. And I appreciate that we made time for that. I have a couple quick things to report. Last Thursday, I attended the Telluride Regional Airport Authority Board meeting, and we have had a change in leadership there. Jennifer Vogel has been appointed, or elected, I should say, chair of that board. And I am super excited about her leadership. She has decades of experience in the air service industry. She was board chair of Sun Airlines, Sun Country Airlines, and also was involved in another corporation that is in the aerospace and defense space. She's got really strong financial background and just really, I think, will be a wonderful next leader for the board, as this board is a little more engaged, I think, than they had been in the past, just because there's some really big projects up there. Or not engaged, but we're paying a little bit closer attention because the numbers are getting bigger. We built that $20 million Hangar 30 last year, finished it up last year, and now there's talk of the South Side Hangar development. So the board is really making sure to lean in on those important decisions. So I'm excited for Jen to lead us on that. The other meeting I had last week was just kind of a touch base with Eco Action Partners. And they wanted to remind me about the CARE program, which provides kind of assessments of energy efficiency for lower income households, and also will pay for energy efficient upgrades. So that's a program we just want to always have on our radar. They also mentioned that they were curious to learn more about that nuclear life cycle project that we had written a letter in support of. And they are also very interested in supporting nuclear as a component of green energy, if you will, or yeah, I guess, there's a new kind of way of looking at nuclear than we did in the 80s, 90s, and so forth. And they'd like to be part of educating the community about that. So I was going to put them in touch with Matt Solomon, who led that life cycle project, and see if they can learn from him. Yeah, that's what I have since last Wednesday.
Great. Since we're online here, you can just pass that torch to me, because I had a similar conversation with Eco Action, and I will connect them with Mr. Solomon. I have some correspondence with him recently in email, and I will I will connect him with Emma Girona.
Oh, that's great. I have only already shared Matt Solomon's email address, but if you want to shoot Emma a note and tell her that you're able to connect them directly, that I bet she'd be super pleased to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Great. Well, I think that leads us to the end of our agenda today. I move to adjourn.
I second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everybody. I'll see you next week.
Bye.